Good morning, Commissioners. Chief Moore, Mr. Tfank, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General, Mr. City Attorney, Carlos de Rivera, and members of the public. Today is Tuesday, October 26, 2021. It's 9:31 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs,
Present.
Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche, not present as of yet, Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in any number of ways that are outlined on the agenda. We will begin this morning with the Chief's report. Good morning, Chief Moore.
Good morning, Commissioner President Briggs, members of the Commission, Mr. City Attorney, Inspector General, Mr. Tfank. As I do each day or each Tuesday, I'll talk briefly about our COVID-19 update relative to department operations, significant events, including an officer-involved shooting that was a no-hit, an ongoing investigation, as well as a briefing on crime and our personnel strength. First, regarding the COVID-19 update. Rate of new infections for the department are essentially flat to a slight reduction for a week-over-week change. Those numbers represent the following. Overall, our number of confirmed COVID cases stand at 3,205. That's an increase of 15 cases. 11 of those were with our sworn personnel and 4 with our civilian staff. At home, we now have 119 of our personnel recovering, including 2 that were hospitalized and 1 that I'm thankful was released from the hospital from COVID pneumonia and is at home recovering. With 119 personnel at home, that's an increase of 3 from the previous period. We do have 3,093 who are fully recovered and are back at work. That's an increase of 4 from the last time I reported, which was last week. Overall, our mobile vaccination numbers stand at 803 mobile vaccinations delivered as of the 25th of October. That's an increase of 138 additional doses during this time. I'm happy to report that our effort to have a fully vaccinated workforce continues to not just be a pursuit, but we're achieving compliance as we now stand at 74% of the workforce that have at least one of the vaccines. 70%, 8,511 are fully vaccinated. Additional 425, 3.5% have received at least the initial dose. Additionally, over the last 90 days and reviewing the number of individuals who have sustained a COVID infection, that number stands at just over 400. Those will be individuals that will be precluded from a vaccination shot on the initial, waiting for the initial 90-day period to move across. So that's also impacting our overall vaccination rate. Today, the council will hear the results of the labor negotiations between bargaining units within the city of Los Angeles, including our Command Officer Association, our LAPPL, Los Angeles Police Protective League, and our other civilian bargaining units, and will vote on adjustments to the protocols relative to the vaccination requirements and any exemptions and the protocols of those exemptions. We remain committed to a fully vaccinated workforce. Our efforts will continue to identify those that are not vaccinated. Last night, the city's website for those who are filing exemption requests on either the basis of a medical exemption or a sincerely held religious belief, that website opened up for all city employees, and communications over the weekend and as late as last night reminded all of our employees that if they intend to file that exemption request with documentation as provided by a city form and detail, that they're to do so immediately. I look forward to the council's action today, which will pave the path forward as to the department's handling of this continued requirement and our efforts to ensure that everyone reports their vaccination status, and those that are not vaccinated, the only sole reason for that occasion will be an approved medical or sincerely held religious belief exemption. Moving to my next subject, as I do each week, we talk about significant events, and I wanted to bring attention to a particular serious attack on a police officer that occurred this past weekend on Friday night down in the harbor area. And then I'll also speak about an officer-involved shooting that happened over the weekend as well. First, regarding this attempt murder on a police officer, on Friday night at approximately 5:50 p.m., a harbor patrol officer was conducting extra patrol near Pacific Coast Highway in Alameda. It's a location that's known for stolen vehicles to be found or be dropped. The officer observed a parked vehicle and began to run the license plate to check and see if it was stolen. The officer made contact with a person later identified as the driver who was walking near that vehicle. So the officer continued driving away and looked to stop and park his vehicle nearby so he could finish entering the license plate of the suspected vehicle. He observed moments later the suspect's vehicle drive into the parking lot of the refinery and believed the vehicle was going to park. As the officer continued to enter the remainder of the vehicle's license plate, he heard the sound of a vehicle's engine and looked to his left and saw the suspect's vehicle driving towards him at a high rate of speed. The patrol officer's vehicle was struck, and the officer was unable to either exit the vehicle or drive away, as his left leg was pinned within the vehicle from the force of the crash. The individual, the lone driver that was inside this vehicle that crashed into this officer's vehicle, yelled out a name of a street gang from a local area and then fled the scene. Responding officers located the individual as he attempted to flee and escape. While they also rendered aid to the officer, I'm thankful for the LA Fire Department and their immediate response in transporting this officer to a nearby hospital. The Robbery Homicide Division detectives responded immediately and conducted their investigation. And when interviewing the suspect involved, the suspect admitted he intentionally accelerated towards the officer's vehicle and hit the officer's vehicle because he believed the officer was calling for additional units. Suspect admitted to carjacking a vehicle approximately 2 hours earlier. That suspect was identified as Luis Cabreros, 41 years of age, and is presently was booked and being held for attempt murder on a police officer. The victim, I'm thankful, the officer, sustained a laceration and bruising to his leg and was treated overnight at a hospital, but thankfully released the next day and is at home recovering. I've spoken with him. He was quite shaken by this attack, as well as by the circumstances being pinned in the vehicle from the violent collision. The filing of this case is before the district attorney's office today, and I expect that that they will file the appropriate charges given the seriousness of this attack. One matter came up over the weekend, and as of today, some recent news reports regarding attacks on police officers and what the current stats are. Given this attack and given those news reports, I wanted to just give a brief statement that attacks on police officers this year versus last year are actually down 19%. We've had 642 attacks on police officers, whether that be aggravated or simple assaults. Last year, that number stood at 793 for a 19% reduction. However, last year was an anomaly, if you would all recall, given the civil unrest that occurred over the summer months. And as we saw nationally, we saw here here as well a surge in attacks against police officers. So a year-to-year comparison is not exactly is not, in my view, is not a proper analysis. When looking back to 2019, a more typical year, we see that we had 597 attacks on police officers for the year. So our year to date for 2021 versus 2019 is about an 8% increase. I think this is important as we look at instances of violence involving police officers and their efforts as they go about in the city to protect the citizens and community members that we're sworn to do. Over this weekend, an officer-involved shooting occurred with no hits. This represents our 31st officer-involved shooting year to date. And it occurred in the Mission area of the San Fernando Valley. There on the 24th at approximately 10:15 at night, Mission uniformed patrol officers pulled into the hometown motel at the address of 9400 block of North Sepulveda. They were there to conduct a grand theft auto investigation, stolen vehicles, which we've seen increase year after year. And as officers made verbal contact with an individual who was nearby, they began to talk with him and went to conduct a search of that individual. That individual then fled on foot, and officers gave chase. The individual allegedly produced a handgun and pointed at one of the officers, resulting in an officer-involved shooting. The suspect continued running and a perimeter was established. Officers from Metropolitan Division K-9 conducted a search, as did a number of other uniformed officers. However, we're unable to locate the individual. Fortunately, no officers were injured during this incident, and based on the investigation thus far, we do not believe that the involved suspect was struck by the officer's gunfire. The officers did recover the suspect's handgun from the scene. Force Investigation Division responded to this event and are conducting the investigation, and we'd ask for the public's assistance in identifying this individual we believe responsible for this assault. As in each of these officer-involved shootings, I'll withhold any comment or decision relative to the appropriateness of the officer's actions leading up to, during this officer-involved shooting. Force Investigations will complete that investigation and forward it to me through the Use of Force Board and ultimately before this panel for your decision relative to the officer's actions. However, I am concerned about the continued instances of gun violence and officers as they come across individuals who are armed, the dangerousness of those circumstances escalating to this type of attack. Lastly, let me move over to our crime information. I will, as I'm talking about officer-involved shootings, just briefly talk about the number of officer-involved shootings, as I've said, are 31. The number last year was 25, and our 4-year average is 27, just over 27. And last week, there was some requests regarding comparisons of this year's numbers versus last year and going back to 2017. And I will forward you the information that I received this morning. But in summary, what we see year to date for 2021 versus 2017 is that the total number of officer-involved shootings involving a firearm, the proportion of those instances are actually down. That the instances of officer-involved shootings involving edged weapons are up. So more instances of officer-involved shootings involving the offender being armed with an edged weapon. In 2017, out of 34 officer-involved shootings year to date, 8 of those involved an edged weapon. In 2020, with 24 officer-involved shootings, 7 of those involved an edged weapon. And in 2021, out of 31 officer-involved shootings, 10 of these have involved an edged weapon. The other observation at this early juncture is that officer-involved shootings involving individuals perceived with mental illness, the proportion of those officer-involved shootings has increased. The numbers are 34 officer-involved shootings in 2017, with 11 individuals perceived to be experiencing mental illness. That's 32%. In 2020, out of 24 officer-involved shootings, that number dropped to 5, which is a 21% ratio. And in 2021, 31 officer-involved shootings with the unknown status of this last individual. We have a total of 10 that's been identified to date as involving individuals experiencing mental illness. I will have already initiated follow-up questions of my personnel that will continue to look into these circumstances and review instances involving persons experiencing mental illness, as well as edged weapons for further insight. Instances, both these areas on the last 5 to 7 years have been a department's effort to ensure that the policy, procedures, training, accountability all address matters of how to create safety for everyone involved, how to ensure that these are safely resolved through de-escalation, through the use of added different tools, and through and so that these instances are reduced whenever possible. It's too early to say at this juncture whether a person is experiencing mental illness, what those actual state actions were. We've seen this last year, attacks with individuals with edged weapons and mental illness, with machetes and other very dangerous weapons, and officers escape a near-death experience. So I don't have that information as yet, but this will be in my effort to keep this commission informed. This is the status of where we're at today, and we'll have further work as we go about our work. Regarding crime, this past weekend, we did experience fewer victims shot than the previous weekend. However, the level of shooting violence is still way too high in the city. 16 instances of individuals shot. The previous week, that number was 23, which was a 4-week high. Sundays continue to be a hotspot or an area where we see increased numbers. For instance, out of the 10 homicides that we experienced this last week, 5 of them occurred on Sunday. And in analysis of those, there does not appear to be an overlap in the sense of related one shooting incident to another. They are not isolated in any one particular area of the city, but the instances of them following on that weekend day and night does reinforce our shifting of resources and heavier added deployment to those times of day. Year to date, we have 325 homicides versus 277 last year. That's an increase of 17%, 48 additional homicides. Our total violent crime has increased 5.8%, primarily in the area of aggravated assaults. However, we now are in the plus category over last year in the area of robberies. And this draws particular concern to street robberies in regards to different, including different locations throughout the city. Our property crime arena, we still see reductions in burglaries and personal thefts, but our auto theft and burglary theft in vehicles are now in the plus category. Auto theft has been in the plus category all year. We now are at 9.3% of an increase year over last year, and a 50% increase over a 2-year period. That's 6,333 additional vehicles that have been stolen. And despite the fact that we've had a 32% increase in auto theft arrests, which is nearly 800 additional arrests, we need the public, and I'm asking the public's help and assistance in locking and securing your vehicles, ensuring that the keys and key fobs and access to those are protected. It's far too easy in this city for individuals to take vehicles and steal them. And we're finding that currently that the arrest of these individuals, that the most frequent occasion of an individual arrested and then being rearrested is over the instance of a stolen vehicle. For instance, in the last 2 weeks, we had 19 individuals that were arrested and released on a 0 bail, only to be rearrested again. And 8 of those instances, it involved stolen. The stolen vehicle was the new charge. So we are working with the district attorney and with the courts that on any individual released on a 0 bail, due to the COVID restrictions and concerns for the safety and welfare of those that are incarcerated, that have been previously arrested, that we seek bail enhancements, as they've demonstrated a recidivism that creates a threat to public safety. But we need the public's help in this area as well, because we're not going to arrest our way through this. What we find oftentimes is that more than half of our vehicle break-ins involve vehicles that are unlocked and unsecured with valuables in plain sight. So as we see increases in property crime, this is an area particularly that the community can help us through added prevention efforts on their part and hardening the target. Lastly, I'll move over to our personnel strength. We now stand at unchanged from last year or from last week at 9,490 personnel. Our civilian staffing is 2,678. We have 406 reserves, and that concludes my report, and I'm happy to take any comments.
Thank you, Chief. I'm going to See whether or not any commissioners have any questions before I ask my own. Commissioner Soboroff.
Chief, the next class, graduating class at the academy, when, how many, and the makeup?
We now are beginning, I believe next Monday, we'll begin our next class, the October class. I received the stats yesterday, 61 of those, and I've asked them to be forwarded to you for the commissioner's review. That will make the, I believe, the fourth class hired this year, which is actually the larger number than we hired all of last year. However, those classes, as I said last week, are still in the academy. The first academy class to graduate will be in January, first week of January, which will give us the first effort of being able to, if you will, backfill our attrition of those that are retiring from the organization. So we still have 2.5 months in front of us before we see these our staffing levels, which have been impacted by attrition through retirements, to be impacted by this restarting, if you will, of hiring. I'm grateful for the commission, grateful for this commission support for that, but also to our council and our mayor for restarting our hiring. And our efforts will continue to be ensure that that hiring is not only of qualified individuals, but of diversity, including women, African Americans, and Asian Pacific Islanders.
I was going to ask, are you seeing the effects of that emphasis and the newfound support for that? Are you starting to, I know there's a lag effect, but are you starting to see the effects?
Well, we now have loaned over additional personnel, 10 additional police officers to the personnel department to assist them in the background process. That it currently is where the bottleneck is. If you were to describe, try to describe a circumstance, we have more than 3,000 applicants that are qualified through the initial screening process, and now it's a matter of processing them in a manner that's efficient, that ensures that they're each is qualified, but that is expeditious. That we actually hire them in each of these cascading classes. So far, we've been able to keep that pace, but my staff is identifying, as they have before this commission, a concern for the November, December, January classes, that these backgrounds be completed in a timely way. The average background in this department 3 years ago was a year to 2 years. That number has been significantly reduced and was actually below a 6-month period. Our goal is a 3-month hiring to academy seat, and I believe that that's achievable in today's day and times, today's information systems, that a focus with sufficient personnel and energy and organization can achieve an applicant to an academy seat of a qualified individual, even though it is a 7-step process, that there are means in which to get that accomplished. And that's my commitment with Ms. Wendy Macy from the personnel department, is for us to do everything possible in support of the personnel department to achieve that goal. So to the members of the general public, we're hiring and we need you, and please don't get discouraged by if there's a time or a break in what you feel is a hiring process that should be quicker. Know that you have a chief and you have an organization that agrees with you, and we're striving to achieve that.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Do any other commissioners have questions for the chief? Commissioner Kalanche, I see your mic is open.
Yeah, really quick question. And just to follow up on what Commissioner Soboroff brought up and some of the demographics, is it possible to get understanding or some data on local hires? So I know the city has a local hire initiative, but I would love to know how many of the new classes that are coming in are residents of the city of LA. I think it makes a big difference. Just to kind of get an understanding of that. So
Sure.
if that could be provided to the commission, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalanche. Commissioner Decker, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, first, Chief, thank you for those additional statistics on firearms and edge weapons. It gives context, and I look forward to seeing that in more detail. Another question on statistics. You spoke about the attacks on police officers, and I believe you gave us statistics that are on the national level, the 642, I think it was 793 from last year that you were comparing. Those numbers were on the national side, right?
No, those are from the department.
That's just LA.
Yeah, that's just the Los Angeles Police Department. Those are, whether those be aggravated assault, so assault with deadly weapons, or a battery on a police officer. It involves a person attacking or fighting or using force and involving themselves in an attack on a police officer.
And so Chief, does the department publicize that data in any database? I know they have to be made available to the federal government,
Yep.
But where is that information publicized so the public can look into that further, and also for the commissioners?
So the annual use of force report has a year-to-date numbers, and then collectively now we collect a monthly use of force snapshot that is available to the commission as well. That is what I'm referencing here. It's a full-page report that reports on crimes, stops, calls for service, all types of the types of non-categorical uses of force, and so that we can look at trends and information relative to the use of tasers, beanbags, other less lethal tools, injuries to officers. For instance, year to date, officers' injuries are up 9%. 596 officers have been injured this year to date. 547 last year. That's an increase of 49. Suspect injuries are down from 747 this year. Last year, that number was 750, which is essentially a flat number. So these are perceived mental illness under the influence. I'll have this report delivered to you. I believed it was earlier distributed to, I thought at least one of the commissioners, but we can certainly make this available.
Yes, and Chief, I'm also interested in being sure it's made available to the public so that they can see the trends, and as well as the dangers officers face as well. So thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Bonner, do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you. A couple of questions, Chief. This is on the crime reports and following on the statistical data theme, I suppose. Relative to homicides, I think you reported there's 325 to date, 17% increase from last year, I believe. And the question that I'm focused on is looking at the effectiveness, or the how effective the department is in making arrests and achieving clearance rates. And I know that especially with clearance rates, there's not always an apples to apples kind of comparison, in the sense that the clearance rate for any given year is focused on the number of cases closed that year, which may or may not match up with the number of actual homicides that occurred in a given year. I believe that's correct. But what I understand the case, when you look at last year in 2020, that there was a 1% drop in the, if you were looking only at the raw numbers, or the actual numbers of cases closed, that there was just a 1% drop in the actual numbers. But if you were looking at the overall percentages of cases closed, there was a 55% drop, I believe, in the number of cases closed compared to 2020. So that suggests, if that's accurate, that suggests that there was a fairly significant drop in the number of homicides cases closed from last year compared to 19. And so one question is, does that sound reasonably accurate? And I wouldn't expect that you have every one of these statistics at your fingertips, but I would assume you would be aware if there was that significant drop in the clearance rate. So that's one question. And if so, if you could kind of address what that means. But also, I believe there is an indication that the staffing levels for investigators in the homicide division would be adjusted in 2021 to presumably to address the sliding clearance rate. So can you tell us, one, if the data is anywhere, if I just reasonably characterize the data, but also what is the situation with investigative staffing levels both this year, and if you're reporting, again, like in the 17% increase, that's just as we sit here today, if there's going to be a significant increase, what is the anticipation as to how that plays out relative to the staffing levels?
So thank you. And this actually was, I want to thank the LA Times for their article bringing attention to our homicide investigations, and really the dedication, the commitment, the integrity of our homicide investigators. and their commitment to bringing justice to victims and their families of homicide. We did see in 2020 a reduction in our overall clearance rate. So let me talk just briefly about nomenclature. A homicide investigation is essentially if it's not cleared by arrest or cleared other, which is essentially that we've solved the case and brought and done everything we can to bring the individual or individuals responsible for the criminal justice system, then it remains open. We never close an unsolved homicide case. So in last year, our clearance numbers solved, cleared by arrest or cleared other, reduced to about 55%, which was below the national average, and also a steep reduction from our earlier clearance rates, which in 2019, I believe that number was 73%. We saw that the impact of that was a substantial increase, nearly 100 additional homicides that occurred over the course of the year. I'm happy to report that in our adjustment of staffing levels, as well as our commitment to focus on violence, including the shifting of gang narcotics and their efforts to identifying wanted outstanding homicide suspects, as well as Metropolitan Division in supporting unsolved homicide investigations, that we now have a clearance rate year to date of 65%. Our goal is, of course, to solve every homicide. In years past, those numbers have risen to as high as 85%. Some areas, some portions of the city, the solve rate is at 100% or nearly that. As was identified in the article, one of the major impacts of this is the caseload of individual homicide investigators. Homicide arrests are up 32% this year, 351 versus 265 last year. And over a 2-year period, homicide arrests are up 47%, 351 versus 239. So we are arresting individuals involved, but we want to make sure that the investigations not just identify, but can successfully build a case that can prosecute these individuals for such a terrible crime and the loss of life. We have directed added staffing. We've studied the number of cases per investigator in South Bureau and Central Bureau and found that they need additional staffing. And the direction to Chief Labrada and Chief Scott was to realign resources within their bureaus to accomplish that. 5 to 7 years ago, we may have had additional resources within our specialized commands or other places that we could realign. But those realignments have all occurred over the last 5 years. And so essentially all of our resources that we have are in our geographic areas with rare exception. And so what we have done and committed to as we come into this year and as we move forward is to ensure that violent crime, homicides, sexual assault, robberies, aggravated assaults, the shooting violence, those are the ones that we have the most, that we focus our most intensive resources on. I have asked for feedback from the geographic bureaus in the aftermath of this most recent report of hearing from line detectives who believe that they need additional staffing to revisit this yet again. But my commitment is that caseloads for detectives have to be workable. They have to have time in which to solve these cases. Some of these cases are solved immediately. The person surrenders, they're found, family violence particularly, are found relatively quickly. But others, an instance of a man that was shot and killed in Rampart just a few days ago in early morning hours. An instance of a man that were in a car in Hollenbeck last Sunday and was viciously assaulted and the man was killed. These are suspects and offenders that are outstanding and they're dangerous to the community. And we need to ensure that in both those instances, which fall within Central Bureau Homicide, is that they have teams that can work and dedicate themselves to work the leads. We also need the public's help and support and assistance. Many of these cases are solved as a result of tips and leads and the public bringing forward in the interest of justice to the identity of those responsible. Hopefully I've answered your question.
You have, but it raised a couple of others, only one or two, which I just wanted to clarify here if I could. One, if I'm understanding you correctly, looking at in terms of the 55% drop, if I understood you correctly, you attribute that more to the increased number of homicides versus a reduction in cases closed.
Yeah, so let me be clear. It wasn't a 55% reduction. It was a reduction to 55% clearance rate. So it wasn't the reduction in the number of cases we cleared was not cut in half. It was instead an increased number of homicides, nearly 100 additional homicides. We solved essentially the same number. The unsolved cases, those are the ones that are what we consider, the backlog or the work that we have to go through. We need to have teams that are dedicated to those that can carry those through and are not interrupted by a new case coming in. With these year-over-year increases, that's the challenge. And what we saw in earlier decades when these spurges of violence is if we don't shift resources in to allow these teams to be to carry a certain caseload, we've seen this locally and across the country. By the way, and I'll close, this is a phenomenon that's occurring across all the major cities as I talk with my peers. And we are following best practices. In fact, essentially, in many instances, we are the best practices of how you go about solving these cases and not being overwhelmed and having unsolved cases that defer or that decline justice for these victims.
All right. So, in with regard to South Bureau and Central Bureau, when you, if I heard you correctly, they were directed to realign resources to address the additional needs. Is there, or can someone, maybe they can send this follow-up information really as to what that redirection looks like? In other words, I assume that you're taking some people off one thing to put them on something else. So I'm interested in knowing, number one, what that, the shifts may be, if there's that information available. The other question, and again, this is probably not something that can be addressed definitively here, but if you could just comment on, when I think about these kinds of needs, it's, a big difference from, say, the another employment situation where an organization may look and say, we have a need for 3 people with 10 years of experience who have the following qualifications to do perform the following functions. So you would go out and you would recruit for people who have those qualifications to fill those positions. And that's not really how it works here, right? Because you may, even the question that Mr. Soboroff and others were asking about in terms of numbers coming through the academy, doesn't mean someone's going to come right out of the academy and go to fill an investigative role in South Bureau or Central Bureau. So how does that work in terms of because when we talk, generally about the aggregate numbers and staffing levels, how would you encourage us to think about, the connection between the number of people coming in the door on the one hand, and when that relief, or additional support in any given area of the department would be felt on the other hand? I don't know if I'm asking the right way, but I'm just pointing out that when if you hire 50 people next year, doesn't mean you're going to have 50 people available to do investigations in South and Central Bureau. So how do you address, or how should we think about the connection between people coming in and the allocation of resources for more senior officers?
Well, you're correct. The apprenticeship of a police officer coming out of the academy, first of all, they're on probation for an additional year, and then only then there are most basic rank, and it takes usually 3 to 5 years in development of that officer to prepare him or her for advancement to a more specialized post out of patrol setting and into investigations. Historically and typically, our preference is to then cycle or work a detective or investigator through various investigations before reaching a homicide or sexual assault or those type of investigations, which are more complex and more involved. The desire with South Bureau homicide, for instance, is to have a feeder pool. There's about 60 personnel assigned there, which is the highest in any portion of the city, more than double than what's out in the valley. And that for that to be made up of a cross section of detectives as well as police officers that are, if you will, they're training detective trainees. They're learning the craft and supporting and less primary roles than the lead detectives on these cases, but they're learning the mechanisms, the strategies, the tactics of homicide investigations, and to build a bench, a farm system that then moves into full-time senior detectives that work homicide investigations. So it isn't, this is not a matter of, I agree with you that you just take 20 people and put 20 people in a homicide detail. That would be, in my view, ill-advised, because if the people are not properly trained and qualified and have the expertise needed, then we're not using them to their most efficient level, and we're fooling ourselves that we're actually helping. We may actually be disrupting effective investigations of proven homicide investigators. So it is a balancing act. It is difficult when you have an organization that has contracted, if you will. We've lost the number of personnel that we have, and building, bolstering resources, but our commitment and our reminder to operations chief, the bureau chiefs, and the area commanding officers is that we ensure that we invest first our investigative efforts in violent crimes. I do think in this instance we're improved because all 4 geographic bureaus are now centralized homicide investigations, which allows us to pool resources from 21 areas into 4 distinct units, so that if Rampart picks up 2 homicides or 3 homicides in quick succession, that homicide bureau coming from Central has greater flexibility than if there were 4 officers or 4 detectives working Rampart homicide, and then they get a quick succession of some homicides that they're then overwhelmed. We have a little more flexibility and elasticity by having the 4 geographic bureaus. We also have robbery homicide division, and while they've been significantly reduced in size, they also will step in, and when a bureau has a surge of homicides, they will step in and pick up some of those cases as well, as a matter of trying to provide relief when possible for the geographic bureaus.
I appreciate that. And just if you could just maybe have Chief Scott and Librata send a note on how they've addressed that reallocate the resource allocation that you referenced.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Bonner. Chief Moore, I just have a couple of questions. You started off your comments discussing COVID-19 and the mandatory vaccines, and the fact that the negotiations between the city is now going to the city council for consideration. Can you expand on precisely what has been negotiated between the city as well as the unions?
What was not negotiated is the expectation that that all city employees be vaccinated. That is held fast, and as has been the definition of a medical exemption or a sincerely held religious belief. The tweak, if you will, came to the instance of an individual who had not identified their vaccination status, that being the requirement by October 20th. And the result in the initial protocols was for a 5-day suspension of that involved employee, and then an additional 5-day suspension if that involved employee did not submit an exemption request or was not vaccinated. Essentially, in working with labor and looking at the mechanics of and the utility of such a suspension, the determination was made to ensure that all employees were noticed that they were to provide that vaccination status, and with a consequence that was less defined. It was more of a corrective action statement taken. But let me assure you that the expectation is that everyone will, and in the department, more than 95% of our organization as of last Friday had identified their vaccination status. And as of yesterday, I expect for those remaining few that didn't, or those that intend to file an exemption request, that they do so forthwith. The protocols that are before the council today details to a much greater detail what those steps are between now and a 60-day period, if you will, I think December 18th, in which they're to submit those exemption requests, and we're to contemplate whether those exemptions will be granted or not, as well as provisions that anyone who's in that category where they're submitting an exemption request, they will have to pay out of their own pocket for twice weekly testing that they are not COVID positive. Secondly, if they are COVID positive, that they'll have to use their own personal leave time in lieu of this being an occupational injury, of them being on department time, so to speak. So those are some added provisions, and it is a matter that I support moving forward, that officers who are asking for an exemption, that during that period that they will provide for their own testing on their own time, to verify that they're not COVID positive, and they don't pose a risk to themselves, their partners, or the public they serve, as well as if they do come down with COVID, that their time off as they recuperate, I pray, will be on their own time and not on a leave that the department provides for.
Chief, in those instances where an employee refuses, or let me rephrase that, where an employee's request for an exemption is denied and the employee refuses to get vaccinated, what are the consequences?
Well, then they will have failed to have the essential requirements, meet the essential requirements of being a police officer or a civilian member of the organization. And we'll continue to work with our city attorney and as well as with the personnel department and the mayor's office relative to the outcome of this. The corrective action is what is I think defined in the protocols, but it has been identified that the being vaccinated or having an approved exemption is a requirement for not just new employees, but existing employees of the organization.
Does that mean it's a condition of employment? And if they don't meet that condition of employment, they can be terminated?
Well, I believe it is. I don't want to quibble with words, but in that this is labor and labor law, whether we call it essential, a requirement, how that's phrased, it is my expectation that a person without an approved exemption, sworn or civilian member of this organization, must be vaccinated. And if they do not, that they do not meet the requirements, much as a member of this organization must have a driver's license to be a police officer, that they have certain essential capabilities or requirements that they have to meet in order to fulfill their duties as a police officer.
Okay, Chief, just for purposes of clarity, because I'm still somewhat unclear, I'd like to ask the city attorney if he can provide a memorandum to the executive committee on whether or not the commission itself can adopt a policy where we mandate that as a condition of employment, all LAPD personnel, sworn and unsworn, be vaccinated, and the consequences for not being vaccinated, assuming no exemptions apply, would be a termination. Next, Chief, you mentioned that with respect to officer-involved shootings, that there have been an increase in shootings with respect to edged weapons for 2021 over 2020 and 2019. Is that correct?
2020 and 2017 was the other year we used as a reference point, because 2017 had a higher number of officer-involved shootings than the next 3 years.
So, Chief, this past weekend, it was brought to my attention that in Georgia, a police department has adopted a policy that rather than have its officers shoot for center mass, the officers are instead trained to shoot to incapacitate, particularly with regard to individuals with edged weapons. Is that something that, other than the non-lethal weapons that we've had extensive discussions about, that could possibly be adopted in this city?
Well, our efforts first of all, is to resort to deadly force as a last resort, that we exercise all other options, de-escalation tools, tactics, so that we don't have to resort to the use of deadly force. Use of deadly force then is meant to stop the individual's threat, ongoing threat, not the threat that just happened or is past, but the ongoing threat to the officer or to others. To this point, our training has centered on the officer shooting at center body mass. And that is because of the difficulties of actually striking an individual in a time of such chaos, of such turmoil, and such a short window of an instance in which an officer is defending himself or herself or defending the life of someone else. The placement of a shot otherwise, in such as a leg or an arm, is extremely difficult. In dynamic situations where people are moving, people are the reality of an officer-involved shooting where a person is coming towards you with a knife or machete or other edged weapon. The ability to place that into a lower extremity, for instance, is exceedingly difficult. I know we see it on television, and I invite everyone to part of our outreach and engagement when we see force option simulators is to attempt in that moment, the person 5 or 10 feet away or 20 feet away approaching you, to place a shot in a leg or an extremity that is going to stop the individual with some certainty, which is why we rely upon center mass. We do not shoot to kill, but we do try to hit the individual with the weapon and also preclude hitting an innocent bystander or someone in the background as we're attempting to strike a limb that's in motion. The challenge with us, one of our measures in our use of force report is to measure the accuracy of our officers and their firearms in regards to even striking an individual, let alone striking him in a particular appendage or limb. So is it possible? I'm aware of the article. I'm aware of that chief out of a town in Georgia and his position. I'm not aware of the success or challenges of it. And as a department, our commitment is reverence for life and preservation of life. So we do not, the shot placement is the preservation of everyone's lives, the officer's life, the offender's life, innocent bystanders. And currently, we follow what we believe is the best practice, which is to increase the likelihood that the person will strike the offender in that moment of great risk and danger, and effectively stop the assault.
I appreciate that response, Chief, but would our officers benefit from more training for marksmanship? Yes,
Yes, I think that the aspect of we monitor our qualification schedules as an organization, the requirement of it. And we also report on that in our annual report. And in a national comparison, we train at a much higher frequency as a requirement than most other agencies. Some agencies train a requirement of once a year, if you will, to be qualified, versus our process of both handguns as well as patrol rifles and use of a shotgun. Having said that, our marksmanship is, I would hope that it could improve, and added training is an element that could help do that. It is a balancing act with resources. It is a balancing act with supporting those, not just with personnel resources to staff the ranges and staff the officers' time away from the field to complete those training instances, but also supplies, munitions that allow them to go and take the target practice, if you will, and to exercise good marksmanship.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Chief. I look forward to continuing discussion on this topic with you.
Thank you.
At this time, we're going to move to item 2 on the agenda, the public comment period. And Madam Secretary, would you bring up the first speaker, please?
Okay, our first speaker is Jason R., followed by Baba Keeley. Jason, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So first off, more should be fired just for wearing that ugly ass tie. Repeatedly, we see LAPD officers are the most protected employees in the city. A city mandate for employees to be fully vaccinated by early October is literally being modified and now extended to December to accommodate pigs who won't get vaxxed and continue to infect our communities as a result of not wearing a mask. During these next 2 months, will Chief Moore finally enforce the mandate for mask wearing by his underlings? Hell no. Why would he? This commission hasn't requested a report on how many complaints the department has received. This commission hasn't demanded a report on how many officers have been reprimanded as a result of not wearing a mask. This commission hasn't done a goddamn thing to protect the citizens of this city from these six-figure super spreaders terrorizing our communities. Musty Mike, in an interview with Tanya Mosley on October 20th, said the officers reported their vaccination status at 100%, but we know this to be a lie. Over 550 pigs refused or ignored an order to notify top assholes about their vaccination statuses by the deadline. How does he get away with so much lying? We know the LAPD hasn't been self-reporting outbreaks at their stations where officers have been seen without masks on an almost daily basis. Moore stated on the record that it's a bit frustrating to see still a core group of our organization that has continued to decline or refuse to take this vaccine. So that means there are key members of leadership in that group. Kalanche, where's that breakdown you requested showing the rate of vaccinations among different employee groups within the LAPD? Shouldn't take that long for an overfunded pig department to produce those numbers. I'm wondering who is declining or refusing to take the vaccine. Could it be Deputy Pig Al Labrada, who takes off his mask whenever the cameras aren't around, or maybe coward Alex Baez? It would make sense that Moore would want to make sure his most coddled buddies were good. They helped him manage the PR for the 27th and San Pedro bombing and were the faces of the department while Musty Mike took full responsibility for it. Chief Moore should be fired. 40 years of disservice to the city. He needs to be relieved of his duties and kicked to the curb like the turd that he is. Item 3C, where are the donations from the LA Police Foundation coming from? Where's the money being laundered from? Could it be Commander Jonathan Tom's stolen gun sales? The same officer who was promoted by Moore after having his house raided by his own department earlier this year. Item 4B, the mention and gratitude of murderer Sergeant Ryan Lee in this DEI plan is beyond disgusting. He executed Grishardio Mack at the Crenshaw Mall, and this murder of a father of two is one that both Moore and Soboroff defended. Chief Moore thought it was best to include Ryan Lee in the formation of his department's DEI plan. When I say the list of reasons to fire Moore is endless, I really mean it. Little Stevie Soboroff, how is asking for the home address of an LAPD critic okay for a commissioner? And then you realize you did a boo-boo and he deleted the tweet like that would fix everything. Since you like asking people, what's your fucking home address? It's no wonder why you're such a fan of fiction.
We've moved on.
No. Fuck hopscotch. No. Fuck you.
Topic next speaker, Madam Secretary. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Baba Keeley, followed by Gina Peak.
Good morning, and thank you, Jason, for your passionate presentation. I want to speak on the Chief's report and item 4B, and to me, they are combined. So is my time running? Thank you. First of all, that report and that discussion about how you wound people is purely PR, and that needs to be taken off the table. It is unadulterated bullshit. So don't go there again with that. They aim to kill, and that's what they're about. That's why so many Black people have been killed in this city by LAPD. So don't talk that we're gonna try to wound them. That's a PR, that's a public relations stunt because police are under pressure to be much more accountable. And speaking of accountability, listen, the idea that you would even consider appointing Ryan Lee to anything is an affront, is offensive. It's a downright insult, both to the work that Black Lives Matter has done and the families have done. He purposely killed Grishardio Mack in the Crenshaw Mall. And that killing was ruled out of policy, and nothing was done to Ryan Lee. If anything, what Chief Moore said is that he needs more training. And now you're considering appointing him to this diversity stuff. That is an insult. And it's one of the reasons why no one trusts the LAPD, because there's no accountability, there's no responsibility, and there's no consequence. And it reinforces the position and the understanding in the minds of the public that the police are untouchable and infallible. As a matter of fact, you all are rewarding a police officer for killing a Black person. That is the exact opposite of what you all should be doing. So to appoint Ryan Lee to anything He needs to be disciplined and fired for killing Grishardio Mack. So to appoint him to this is beyond an insult. It's beyond an affront. It's beyond the rationale that anybody could bring forward. And once again, it underscores why you are not trusted, why you are not supported, and why we have been calling for defund the police and the firing of Chief Moore. This appointment is the height of insensitivity. Am I boring you, T-Fank? As the height of insensitivity, is the height of the kind of attitude that exists within the culture of LAPD. Fire Chief Moore, defund the police.
Next speaker, please.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Gina Peak, followed by Betty Lay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
4B, Chief's report and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Chief's report, quibbling with words should be in your job description, Chief Moore. Will you be firing unvaccinated officers? It's a simple yes or no, but we get a lot of word salad about it. And we know the answer to that. The answer to that is absolutely not. You don't fire anybody, even murderers whose bullets are found out of policy when they execute a Black man in the Crenshaw Mall. You reward him by making him part of your diversion, equity, and inclusion plan. This is a clear message about what the department does and how it acts. City Council will hear LAPPL's bullshit about the protocols for COVID today, but we can't be there because we are here. You need to move the day and time of these meetings if you truly are the citizen's voice in policing. I hope you're listening to that, Commissioner Decker, the tone police of this board, and clearly the one who's running it. What an absolute farce this all is. The 4th graduating class this year of cadets, all of those with no vaccine mandate. You said that a few meetings ago. Those cadets didn't have to be vaccinated to go through the class, which means you are now putting more unvaccinated police out on the streets to kill civilians. You are the public nuisance of our time. There was a motion in City Council for no new cops, and yet you are forcing one class after another out into our city. But I'm going to read to you the future, my public comment. The American Public Health Association today names abolition as a public health strategy to address the harm of carceral systems. I'm going to take my time to read some of it to you. With the permanent passage of the statement, the American Public Health Association recommends, among other things, decarceration, divesting from carceral systems, and investing in the social determinants of health, including housing, employment, and other resources to support health. Committing to non-carceral measures for accountability, safety, and well-being, such as transformative and restorative justice and decriminalization. The statement argues these public health solutions are long overdue measures needed to address the long-standing, widespread health harms of carceral systems on individuals, families, and communities. Did y'all hear that? Because that's what you are. You are a public health crisis. After the vote, they commented, "Thank you for taking this bold and necessary position on abolition. We believe in a world where new systems of public safety and public health will nourish our communities."
Okay, thank you. Next we have Betty Lay, followed by caller 146.
Do you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on Chief's report, a few of the agenda items and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first off, I support LAPD. I support Chief Moore. It's time for some positive remarks here. I think everybody should have the chance to go through FOSS so you can understand how hard it is to just shoot a limb. As Chief Moore said, they are trained. They're trained explicitly. Also, for the agenda items, I support 3A, 3B, 3C, 3F, 3G, B4, 4B, 4C, and I would hope and pray that eventually everybody gets vaccinated. But you also need to understand it's freedom of choice and nobody should get fired. You take what you learn, you take what you believe, and it's your body, and nobody should lose their job over this. So I hope City Council kind of thinks this over and comes up with the right answer. I really appreciate Chief Moore, everything he does. He is great with the department. He's the chief in the top for me. And I support all the VIPs and all the officers of the department. I thank you very much for the time to speak. I hope we get some more positive speakers. And with that, I yield my time. Everybody stay safe and healthy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 3146, followed by caller ending 4407.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
That's Jonathan Foster. I'd like to highlight what Jimmy Chuck my see public input, the Chief report, use of force.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay. I haven't heard anything that you found who was swatting Black Lives Matter yet. No one asked a question about it. No one seemed concerned. So the chief said that you're not going to arrest your way out of this. And so the way out, what I had really had seen is that you were not able to say what needs to be said. As soon as you try that, we're cut off. The chief said he needs the public's help. Well, when I call to help, I'm cut off. I'm not able to say what can help and what can really change things. You were talking about resources. You got a problem there. I was calling to tell you what the problem is, but you can't say what needs to be said. One of the things when people are officers are found out of policy, they have not been fired, but a gang database incorrect entry is fired. No vaccination sounds like it's going to be fired, but outright murder, not fired. Or when an officer is not found out of policy, yet everybody knows that that officer is out of policy, they are not fired. And I was thinking, it's almost like what I'm saying is like the Peanuts cartoon teacher. Because nobody's listening to what's being said. I've been trying to help you. Most importantly, so that you don't kill people, so that the public doesn't get shot dead when they're in a conundrum, right? Or a mental fit or a suicidal issue. See, no one's being listened. Everybody is not being acted upon. They aren't changing anything based on what we say or what you say or a caller says. For 13 to 15 callers, it should, just be the whoa, 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 whoa. They're not listening. It doesn't matter what you say, what they hear, what the commission hears, like Bonner and Sobral. All they hear when I'm talking is whoa, 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 whoa. They turned us off in their ears, minds, and hearts. In your hearts, all you hear is whoa, 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 whoa. Because I'm serious. I'd love it. All these people that even you had to pull a gun on. There's a way to take care of this, but you can't say it here. You're saying that you want the help, or you're welcome to the president. Welcome everybody. You're welcome. I don't feel welcome. I don't. You said you don't shoot to kill. Well, that's what you did to Grishardio Mack, Daniel Hernandez, Raymond Hernandez, Eric Rivera. You do shoot to kill. One officer, I saw one officer shot one time out of like 10,000 officers.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 4407, followed by Zach Sherwin.
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First off, I want to say I support the police. I support law and order. I believe in God, who is a God of law and order. Government's job is to restrain evil, and it's to reward those who do good and punish those who do evil. We want Los Angeles to be safe from crime. LAPD, they are peace officers. They are not health officers. These are the same police that protected all of us during the whole COVID pandemic. And now, you might fire them or not accept their religious exemptions, which is very concerning. We need to stand up for them when they stood up for us. It's interesting when you speak of rules for public comments. Last week, you did not cut off a speaker who falsely called other speakers white supremacists. However, you immediately cut off LAPD constitutional last meeting and the one before, even though she was on topic within the purview of the board. You might call it misinformation, but who decides what is misinformation? Many callers say LAPD are racist killer cops. That's misinformation. They're not cut off. And just to remind everyone, coercion is not consent. That has to do with the Nuremberg Code that you cut her off. So she was going to explain about that it needs to be voluntary consent of the human subject. If you cut her off a third time, or any of us, we're going to file a complaint with the Ethics Commission. I'm specifically speaking to you, Commissioners Briggs, Decker, and Soboroff, who are already guilty of that. Either you're pro-police or anti-police, we still should have the ability to make public comments, even if you don't like what we have to say. We are protected under the Constitution, First Amendment, freedom of speech, and the Brown Act. Actually, I was interested in a caller last week who said there was no 911 call when they swatted Melina Abdullah's house. I'm actually interested to know, is that true or not? Or is that misinformation? We need a compromise here. If the 20% of cops don't want to be lab rats, it violates their God-given conscience. We need to give a compromise here. If they have natural immunity, let them have a blood test and prove it to you. Even flip-flop Fauci a few months ago was saying that's how we reach herd immunity, is a combination of both, those vaccinated and those exposed to the virus and overcame it and have immunity now. There's a reason why these vaccines aren't advertised on television, because they'd have to list all of the side effects associated with it. So please, please, please have a compromise here. Exempt the naturally immune. Weekly testing should not come out of their pocket. You should be testing both the vaccinated and unvaccinated, because as we all know, the vaccinated can get COVID and spread COVID. So that does not make sense, and you're not following science in that regard. You're going to have lots of lawsuits, big money spent on your own lawyers, and if you lose, which you likely will, you're going to pay a lot of money. And then where's the YouTube video from last meeting?
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin, followed by Kim Holmes.
I would like to speak on all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Really interesting who this board cut off today and who got their whole time to speak. LAPD's plan for diversity, equity, and inclusion includes Ryan Lee as one of its participants. He's the killer cop who murdered Grishardio Mack. This board found his actions out of policy. Today, you're being asked to approve and transmit an action plan in which he plays a prominent role. If you do approve it, it'll join your mile-long list of failures. Chief Moore, I was thinking yesterday about when you said on camera that the shooting of George Floyd was as much on the hands of protesters in Los Angeles as it was on the hands of the officer who killed him. And I'm also thinking about the South LA fireworks debacle and so many other failures that are on your hands, on your account. You've been falling down on the job since before you took it, when you brazenly accepted a retirement bonus and then came right back to work. You are crooked and you're incompetent. The best thing you'll ever do in this job is leave it, and I hope you do so in disgrace. Handcuffs would be great, but I don't want to get greedy, unlike you when you accepted your drop payment. Also, during your report, you said multiple times that we, quote, need the public's assistance. You have the public's assistance in the form of our tax dollars, though it's definitely not voluntary that you're getting them. And you're asking us to work too and help you do your job. You suck and should be fired. Commissioners, a few weeks back, we heard a very noble and brave speech from Commissioner Briggs about vaccines. I mean, it made headlines in the LA Times. And now here we are, 60-something% of officers are vaccinated. 5% of them still haven't disclosed their vaccination status, and we're trumpeting that as a huge success. Thousands are going to apply for that quote unquote sincerely held exemption. I guess, Chief Moore, the issue wasn't that officers didn't know about vaccines. That turned out not to be it, as it turned out. Commissioner Briggs, what do you think about all that? Do you want to make some headlines for doing something instead of saying something, your bold speech? Or does being the quote citizen's voice literally mean that you just say things with your voice? You ask the city attorney to draft a memorandum to send on to some other committee to ask if such and such happens, then could officers be fired? How long is that all going to take? Meanwhile, these officers are out interacting with the public, unmasked and unvaxxed. Also, Briggs, want to flag the moment where you said, Chief, would our officers benefit from more training for marksmanship? And then Chief Moore, in an Oscar-worthy performance, goes, well, you know, they actually would, Commissioner. Why, I suppose they would. As far as I understand it, training isn't free. And so the solution for police killing people is giving them more money for training. Commissioner Decker, are you proud of what you're doing? Do you feel like you're nailing the role of police commissioner? Commissioner Kalanche, what about you? Are you like, yeah, I'm doing what I was put here to do? Commissioner Bonner, the only one who ever asks hard questions, even though that we know that you preview those for the chief so you don't catch them off guard. Do you feel like you're going to look back and say, there was a crisis in our city and it was a hard thing to do, but I was in charge and I did what I had to? I yield the rest of my.
Thank you. Next, we have Kim Holmes, followed by Adam.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First of all, I would like to echo what Zach was saying. Chief Moore needs to be fired. I mean, like the list just keeps growing. First of all, I still, as last week, didn't hear anything about the status of this detonation of this bomb that was detonated in a neighborhood community, a Black and brown neighborhood community. And I still haven't heard what's the update for these families. Have they been allowed back in their homes? Have they been repaired? What's happened to these cars that were ruined? What's the update? You guys created this mess. This was a horrible thing that was done to the community. What is the update, police chief? Why haven't you given an update on that? Why haven't we given an update on what happened to Dr. Melina Abdullah 3 times? The reason why we haven't seen these 911 calls that you guys claimed were there is because I think they don't exist. But you have yet to prove otherwise because you haven't released them. And the other issue is, I want to know why we have yet to increase this 45-minute time limit, why we have yet to meet in person. It is ridiculous. Lots of cities are doing this at this point, and you guys refuse to. And the other issue is this cop that you are putting on the diverse and equity committee, who was the person who did a shot kill on Grishardio Mack. He was already on the ground. He just went over and killed him. And it was deemed out of policy. No consequence to him whatsoever. And now you're putting this man who shot a Black man, which is clearly a bias situation. Well, which I'm saying bias is the nice word, but really a racist situation. And you're putting him on the diversity committee. Not only that is it giving him a reward, it's also putting him in a position that he is not qualified to be in. Like, are you guys kidding? And when are you going to continue? What is the consequence for these cops that are unvaccinated? Where's the consequence? Everybody else has a consequence, but not the police. And you guys talked all around it today, but nobody said what's happening to the officers that are unvaccinated. And this sincerely held belief, what does that even mean? Like, all of a sudden, everybody's going to have this sincere religious belief that they never had before in order to just not get fired. But I mean, nobody's getting fired. So, I guess that's another failure on Chief Moore to hold the cops accountable. But this Grishardio Mack thing is insulting to the family. This man was killed. He asked for help and he was killed by the police. And that needs to be held accountable in addition to all the other murders.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Adam, followed by caller ending 5417.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
I'm gonna go with all of them this time, Becky, thanks.
Okay, 3 minutes.
All right, I'm gonna repeat a little bit what folks have said, but I think it's important. Today, Grishardio Mack should be turning 34. It's his birthday. Grishardio Mack, whose murder, of course, was found out of policy by this very commission. What happened to the two murderers of Grishardio Mack? Sergeant Ryan Lee, who shot Grishardio 4 times, as Kim just said, then as he lay dying on the ground in the middle of a crowded mall, shot one final shot, killing Grishardio, along with Martin Robles, who shot Grishardio 9 times from an automatic rifle. Where are these two murderers today? Because we know that despite this police commission's ruling of out of policy in this murder, that neither officers were disciplined, never mind fired. It's of course relevant to always lift up the names of those murdered by the LAPD at these police commission meetings, and ever more relevant today because it's Grishardio's birthday. Grishardio, whose 2 little daughters are living without their father every day. It's always relevant to speak to the police commission, to speak to the idea of oversight through the lens of your glaring failures. But this is the nature of police reform, isn't it? Police reform doesn't actually make material changes for people better. It uses technology and new training and procedural changes to give further power to the police, like Zach mentioned, reproducing the anti-Blackness that is inherent to policing and just, calling it by a different name, putting a different uniform on it. On today's agenda, item 4B is a report produced by the LAPD, a quote unquote diversity, equity, and inclusion plan crafted by the LAPD in response to Garcetti's 2020 directive on addressing so-called racism in city government. The murderer of Grishardio Mack, Sergeant Ryan Lee, has his name on the report, has contributions to it acknowledged by Chief Moore today on his fucking birthday. This is a clear example of the nature of LAPD's police reforms. Garcetti has to respond to 2020 uprisings and creates a civil rights department and issues a directive on dealing with racism in city government. And the police department responds with procedural asininity crafted by an LAPD sergeant who murdered a Black man in the middle of a crowded mall in a section of the city this police department's quote unquote predictive policing programs labeled a hotspot for quote unquote crime. You all should be absolutely ashamed to be part of this sham board. You all should be absolutely ashamed to be the purveyors and institutors of these types of quote unquote reforms. And to Steve Soboroff, who was the lone vote against finding the murderers of Grishardio Mack out of policy, I would like to say, long live Grishardio Mack and motherfuck your LAPD. Yeah, I'm done. You can.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go to the next caller. Thank you.
Next, we have caller ending 5417, followed by Steve Rogers.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
Just public comment.
Okay, 1 minute.
Chief Moore, good morning. Good morning to the commission. I wanted to make you aware of October 28th here at Mary Immaculate Church. They have no police. They block off the street, and it creates a lot of traffic problems for the people who live here. It's a small residential community. I don't know if you're aware of the event. It's for a saint, and evidently this saint attracts a lot of gang members, a lot of traffickers. It's just one of those saints that attract that bad element. So, and we don't have any postings of the event going on, but yet they have the police barricades that I guess they're using, and I guess the church keeps saying they have a permit for it, but I don't know where it comes from. And the other question that I have is, are any of these people who are being let out on their own recognizance because of no bail
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers, followed by Haram Cormier Jr.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
1, 2, and 3, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Hi, I'd like to start off by saying I'm pro-police and pro-community. And they have to work together in partnership in order to provide public safety. But let's start off with the chief's report and COVID-19, what I call the Wuhan virus, because that's where it originated. It was discussed at the last meeting by LAPD Constitutional, and then she was cut off while she was still on topic, but she was trying to use a historical analogy, an example to make a point. I might not agree with it, I might agree with it, but she shouldn't be cut off. And we have to look at that as a violation of the Brown Act. So please don't cut me off. Everything I'm going to say here is relevant, and I'm actually going to read from US law so that everybody knows what it is. And there's no excuse. I am anti-vaccine mandate. Let me make that clear. If you want to get the vaccine, it's your body, your choice, and it should be the same for everybody. So California Health and Safety Code 24171 protects the rights of individuals to determine what is done to their own bodies. California Civil Code 43 protects the individual's rights to be free from bodily harm, and that includes such things as masks, tests, and vaccines. I hope you're taking notes. That was California Civil Code 43, and the prior one was Health and Safety Code 24171. California Civil Code 46. It is a violation of personal rights to slander someone by imputing that they have an infectious or loathsome disease. Going on to Title VII. In Title VII, U.S. Civil Rights, from the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Here we go. Title VII is violated when an employer or supervisor explicitly or implicitly coerces an employee to abandon, alter, or adopt a religious practice as a condition of receiving a job benefit or privilege or avoiding an adverse employment action. And here is something that's very important. Religious beliefs need not be acceptable, logical, consistent, or comprehensible to others in order to merit First Amendment protection. Look up the law. You can look, if you want an easy reference, The Healthy American, you can look it up there. It's all there for you. Now, there were a lot of assaults against police officers. I think Commissioner Decker was shocked that that was a local LAPD number and not a national number, because the number is very high. It's way too high. The question I have for the chief and for everyone is, what's the adjudication? How many arrests are made on those cases? And what is the prosecution and the result of the prosecution? Because when you don't have a consequence for crime, including assaults on police officers, you get more of it. And so that needs to be said. I'd like an update on the Catholic Italian Church, St. Peter's. It was a hate crime. We need an update on that. And it's Italian Heritage Month.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Haram Cormier Jr., followed by T.
3 minutes.
Okay.
All right, so it's just so alarming and so disturbing to hear people talk about. It's just offensive to hear you talk about attacks on cops. Miss me with the bullshit. 642. That's it. That's it. Out of 10,000 pigs. That's it. How about the millions of Black people who live in LA or in America who get attacked every fucking day? How about those attacks? How about the attacks of people being incarcerated off of fucking drug crime or being shot in a crowded mall with kids around? What about that part? Grishardio Mack, as another caller said, long live. And then you have the nerve to promote Ryan Lee to the diversity committee as if, that shit is cool. Murdering somebody and being found out of policy, might I add, and still being promoted. Ain't no questions. This commission never does nothing to remedy the situation. Y'all are just a face, a yes man for the cops. That shit is crazy to me. You don't do nothing. I heard several times different people, the commission and different callers say that, oh, you don't know the dangers that the cops face. Being a cop is not dangerous. It's dangerous to be Black. That part is dangerous. It's dangerous to breathe if you're Black. It's dangerous to think if you're Black. It's dangerous to drive. It's dangerous to go to school because there's cops everywhere. It's dangerous to exist, nigga. How about that part? That's dangerous. I swear to God, you listen to some of these callers and, you know, if you close your eyes and just drift off, you think you're at a fucking Klan meeting or something. Because y'all are the same to me. Let's keep it real. Anyway, you know, I looked at the agenda too. I see some donations from the LAPF and all these corporate donors that, you know, like Target, Raytheon, and all that shit. That's where y'all get y'all rubber bullets that y'all shoot at protesters. Speaking about attacks, how about the attacks on protesters? What about that shit? All them rubber bullets and all that shit you be shooting at people. It's not non-lethal. One of y'all called that non-lethal. That shit can kill you. It is a bullet. It's just wrapped in rubber. So what about that? You know, y'all never deal with the contradictions and the issues that we have to deal with. You don't know nothing about the pain of Black people, about the pain of brown people. Y'all claim you love God, but you hate his children. And how the fuck you gonna sit up here and talk about that and ignore this? You cut off speakers for saying something as simple as don't kill me. But let a motherfucker come on here talk about Nuremberg codes and all this bullshit. You let them speak forever and a day. Shut the fuck up. Fuck you niggas. Defund the police. Fire more.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have T followed by Karen Purdue.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first off, honor we're on Indigenous land, built by the enslaved, what is now known as the Americas here on Turtle Island. I want to say power and strength to all the families that have been impacted by police murder. Speaking of police murder, I want to raise the name Eric Rivera, whose birthday was yesterday. He was killed by LAPD. Chief Moore said, you know, there was an attack on an officer. Somebody drove their car into a police officer and he was immediately, he was immediately taken into custody, or maybe he was shot at. I don't know. He talked so long, I can't remember everything. To unpack all this in 3 minutes is really impossible. But my point is that that gentleman that hit the officer's car was taken into custody or shot at or whatever happened. But in Eric Rivera's case, 2 officers rode up on him and with a matter of minutes shot this young man and ran over him with their car, and nobody's been held accountable. They ran over him, shot him within minutes of running up on him for no reason. He had a fluorescent green water gun on a hot summer day. So they ran over him with this car and nobody's been held accountable. So stand in power in the spirit, Eric Rivera. Now we want to go on to 4B. How in the world can you promote Ryan Lee, who murdered point blank execution style Grishardio Mack in a crowded Crenshaw Mall with families, no regard for any life? Y'all shot multiple fires in a crowded mall. Baby strollers went flying, people went running, no regard for life. And then Ryan Lee, after Grishardio Mack was already down, and mind you, Grishardio Mack was in a mental crisis. You know, he was asking for help. He was actually asking for help. And with no regard, these officers descended upon him, the evil people that they are, shot him. And after he was already down, Ryan Lee sent the final shots, execution style, to the back of his head. And this guy's up for a promotion for the diversity, what is it called? Shit, man, the diversity and equity inclusion plan. What the hell are y'all thinking? You know, you keep talking about gang violence, but you don't even address the gangs in the police department. You know, the Rand Corporation did a report on sheriff gangs. This is a real thing. Y'all are gang members. Defund the police, fund our communities.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Karen Purdue, followed by Tyler.
Good morning. I'd like all items in public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, I'd like to state that in my opinion, I am appalled by the dubious and ongoing Brown Act violations during these meetings and the failure of other members not to reel yourselves in. One man's truth is another man's misinformation. It is not for you to arbitrarily decide what is heard. Last year, it was defund the police. This year, it's abolish the police. Now it's doubled down on stupid time for the commission to consider firing officers and staff for not taking the jab. Those who are vaccinated are supposedly protected. You are ignoring the science of robust protection provided by antibodies post-COVID. Keep up with the science. The science is fluid. You are months behind. Our officers worked heroically when little was known about COVID, while some on this board played cowardly couch commando at the expense of public safety. Any move you make to fire officers will undoubtedly result in staggering violent crimes. Take a look around you. Criminals have the get out of jail free card. Violent crimes are up with few prosecutions. What you are all about to do regarding mandating the vax will destroy public safety and will take a decade to undo, a full decade. Don't take us down the road of Chicago. That will be your legacy. If you proceed, that will be dumb as rocks. Will the vax also be put on unpaid leave if they become sick with COVID? It is now known that those vaccinated will contract and pass on the virus. The vax should be tested as well. How dare this commission disrespect and openly mock the religious objections and ridicule officers for their beliefs. Our police department personnel are not our slaves to be spat upon literally and figuratively and have this commission have domain over their bodies. It reeks of tyranny. Leave the medical decisions between doctors and patients. Keep this pork-laced and fetal injections out of our bodies. Please give this some thought. We're not out of the woods. There's more to be learned. There's more for you to consider. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, the next speaker is our last speaker. Commissioner Briggs had to step away for a moment. So he asked me to manage this. So our last speaker right now.
Okay, Tyler.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them in general public comment.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Wow, kind of crazy that I get to close public comment because I think I want to end it on the important note that today Grishardio Mack should have been celebrating his birthday with his family, but instead he was experiencing a mental health crisis, and LAPD, 2 officers, just went into the Crenshaw Mall and shot it up like they had no regard for human life. And that's absolutely shameful that you are deciding to let Sergeant Ryan Lee lead the diversity and equity inclusion. I mean, this is literally, you guys think our lives are a joke. You actually don't give a fuck about human lives and protecting and serving anyone. And it's just very clear. And I don't understand how anyone on this commission has the stomach to even take this shit in. Like, you guys sit here and just listen, and it is like the Peanuts voice, because we're pleading for our lives and we're pleading for our family lives. And all of the Black people, I'm looking at you, Commissioner, well, he stepped away, but Commissioner Bonner, and you guys are Black men. You have Black children and you have Black family members. This is disgraceful that you can sit here and listen to callers
calling in and saying that all we want is to live healthy lives and not be gunned down by police. All we want is for people experiencing mental health crisis to actually be met with resources and help, not men with guns, not policemen with guns that just trigger because they just fire the trigger because, oh, their lives are threatened. That's a fucking lie. Our lives are threatened when we step outside of our homes and even inside of our homes, okay? Black lives matter all the time. And it's apparent that you guys don't believe that. So, you know, it's a fucking joke that you guys hired Sergeant Lee to lead the diversity, equity, and inclusion plan, especially considering what does that even mean for LAPD? What does a DEI plan even mean? What, you guys like watch a Black movie and you think that, oh, okay, I'm not racist anymore. No, fuck you guys. This is ridiculous. And also item 3C, another donation for surveillance tech for LAPD's Metro Division. Really? You guys already eat up more than 50% of the city budget. Why do you need more money? What are you doing with our money? This is why we say defund the police, because you already gobble up half of our budget and you can't even do the job right. You can't even protect and serve the people. You're bombing neighborhoods. You're avoiding accountability. What's up with the swattings against Dr. Molina? Why do we have to come and call into this commission and demand justice? What is this commission for? Who do you serve? Because it's not the people. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. While Commissioner Briggs is handling another matter, I will run the next portion of the meeting. We'll move on our agenda to consent items A through G. We'll proceed to a vote on consent on all those items unless any commissioner has a question or seeks to pull any of those matters for further deliberation. Commissioners, please let me know, A through G. Any questions? Seeing none, I'm going to proceed to call items A through G for a vote. I will make the motion that we approve those items. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Soboroff. Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Very well, it passes 4-0. Thank you very much. We'll now move to our regular agenda items. The West LA Cpap. Madam Secretary, if you could please call our guests forward for their presentation, I'd appreciate it. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the commission. We're very much looking forward to hearing about the West Los Angeles Cpap. Welcome to you both.
Good morning, and thank you for having us. Commissioners and Chief Moore, Mr. Tfank, City Attorney, and Director Tfank. So I'd like to start with an introduction to my partner and Cpap co-chair, Robert Ringler. Robert has been the co-chair with 5 West LA area captains, and as a founding member of the West LA Cpap, he has been involved with the program for 30 years. It's quite amazing. He was also a former president of the Bel Air Beverly Crest Neighborhood Council, and as such brings a wealth of knowledge and experience when it comes to the structure, operation, and goals of our neighborhood and community councils. He's an incredible asset due to his historical knowledge of the area, as well as the inner workings of West LA Community Police Station and the Cpap. You can see our screen.
No,
I'm sorry. Let me. My apologies. Share screen. How about now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so let me just back up so you can see. And there's Mr. Ringler. All right. Okay, so according to the 2020 census, West LA is home to approximately 252,000 residents. Our daytime work, student, and visitor population can swell that number significantly due to the numerous businesses, shopping districts, UCLA, and world-class attractions such as Will Rogers Beach and the Getty Center. Our area is approximately 65 square miles and is roughly bordered by La Cienega Avenue on the east, Los Angeles County on the west, Mulholland Drive on the north, and the Santa Monica Freeway to the south. We have 7 basic cars with a landscape that includes mountains and beaches, high-rise commercial buildings, shopping malls, film production lots, a university, and every kind of residential dwelling from multi-million-dollar mansions to low-income housing. Some of the well-known places within West LA include the University of California at Los Angeles, Westwood Village, Westfield Century City Shopping Center, the Getty Center and the Getty Villa, Will Rogers State Beach and Will Rogers State Park, and Fox Studios. We have dozens of small communities within West LA, but some of our more well-known neighborhoods are Bel Air, Brentwood, Century City, Cheviot Hills, Holmby Hills, Pacific Palisades, the Pico Robertson area, Rancho Park, Sawtell Japantown, and Westwood.
Hi, I'm Robert Ringler. It's a pleasure to be presenting in front of the distinguished commission and their staff. The LAP divisions surrounding West LA are Topanga, West Valley, Van Nuys, North Hollywood, Hollywood, Wilshire, and Pacific. The outside jurisdictions bordering West LA are Los Angeles County, and the cities are Beverly Hills, Culver City, and Santa Monica. It should be noted that we have 2 locations within the boundaries of West LA that also are outside jurisdictions, an unincorporated area in the northeast side of the division between the upper and lower Franklin reservoirs, that is the jurisdiction of LA County, and the federal enclave in the middle of our division, which has the federal building, Veterans Administration, and Los Angeles National Cemetery.
West LA is primarily covered by Council Districts 5, east of the 405 freeway, and 11, west of the 405 freeway, with small pieces of the northeast and southeast corners of our division, which are covered by CD4 and CD10, respectively. The neighborhood community councils that represent the communities within West LA are Bel Air Beverly Crest Neighborhood Council, the Brentwood Community Council, Pacific Palisades Community Council, South Robertson Neighborhood Council, West LA Sawtell Neighborhood Council, West Side Neighborhood Council, and the Westwood Neighborhood Council. On the map, you can see how well represented our 30 Cpap members, noted in green, and our 30 volunteers, noted in yellow, are throughout West LA.
Cpap membership. As Captain Tom indicated, West LA's Community Police Advisory Board is comprised of 30 members who represent all of our neighborhood and community councils, as well as the numerous resident association, businesses, and community groups. The 3 top concerns raised in the Police Advisory Board: number 1, homelessness and the impact of quality of life and crime. Traffic concerns such as street racing, speeding, and of course, third, crime.
Our Cpap goals for 2020 were, the first goal was to increase communication with the community regarding crime trends, traffic concerns, quality of life issues, department policy, and changes in the law. Goal 2 was to work in partnership with the community to reduce crime, the fear of crime, improve quality of life, and ensure the expeditious flow of traffic. And goal 3 was to expand our membership and encourage a diverse group of community members to participate in Cpap activities. So we asked ourselves, where are we with accomplishing our goals? And for goal 1, which was to increase communication with the community, during the pandemic, we increased our meetings from in-person once per month to once per week via Zoom. These once per week meetings went on through September of 2020, when we reduced the meetings to every other week, also via Zoom. At the request of the majority of the Cpap, we returned to holding our meetings once per month via Zoom just last month. We are looking at resuming in-person meetings with a Zoom component as soon as it's prudent to do so. We found that adding the Zoom component was something that was really made us more accessible to a large portion of the community, and also Cpap members that had difficulty making it to the station. So since the suspension of in-person meetings, we made the meetings open to all community members and not just Cpap members. Over the last year, we've brought in guest speakers such as the city attorney, neighborhood prosecutor, council members and their staff, St. Joseph Center outreach workers, emergency management division, mental evaluation unit, domestic abuse response team counselors, air support, K9, and many other speakers. At each meeting, we also provide senior lead officer and area captain updates. And every week we send out weekly crime maps and community alerts. And that's something that Robert does. Our crime analysis detail sends him the publicly available maps, and he sends those out through his distribution channels. And through these open Cpap meetings, we have expanded our Cpap email distribution list that I just mentioned to over 300 people and organizations.
Hi, it's me again, Robert Ringler. Goal 2 is to work in partnership with the community. As previously discussed, our Cpap members represent every neighborhood within West LA, and we leverage those representatives to work with our community to get the word out about crime trends, crime preventions, etc. By utilizing their established email distribution list, we were able to effectively work in partnership with our community and organizations through our Cpap members to, 1, alleviate the fear of crime through education, harden the target through knowledge of crime trends and crime prevention, encourage the reporting of crime and the quality of life issues, be knowledgeable about traffic concerns through regular contact with our West Traffic Division liaisons at each of our Cpap meetings, and working together to come with strategies to prevent crime, solve crime, and address quality of life issues. To increase our partnership with the community, we have also created 2 committees, one on homelessness and the other emergency preparedness. The homelessness committee chair is extremely well-versed in the area and has been instrumental in working behind the scenes to meet with homeless service providers to learn more about what resources are available and to how the community can help. Some of the entities that we have worked with are Los Angeles County Mental Health Department, Department of Mental Health, Los Angeles County Department of Public Health, Service Planning Areas, Los Angeles County Homeless Service Authority, Veterans Administration, Support Services, Village for Vets, St. Joseph Center, Brentwood Community Council, Pacific Palisades Task Force on Homelessness, and the Los Angeles Innovation and Performance Commission. The Homelessness Committee has either participated or assisted in arranging for outreach workers along with our officers at various West LA area farmers markets to get the word out about LA HOP, LAHSA's Los Angeles Homelessness Outreach Portal. They have also facilitated discussions during Cpap meetings, homelessness, areas of concern, complaints, law enforcement strategies, community strategies, and available resources. The Emergency Preparedness Committee, on the other hand, the chair is a member of Los Angeles Fire Department Community Response Team, CERT. He has used his experience and training to provide members with information to our Cpap members and will make them more resilient during a larger scale emergency. The committee, number 1, is coordinated with Los Angeles's LA Emergency Management Division to discuss RYLAN, Ready Your LA Network, with our Cpap. Facilitated the American Red Cross to educate the public on emergency preparedness, and of course at farmers markets. We plan on coordinating a Cpap sponsorship-wide area community safety and emergency preparedness event next year, and we'll be working more closely with LAFD CERT and the American Legion to educate the community in emergency preparedness. And if I may add, for those on the commission and the chief probably already know, but we had a rather robust traffic committee, and what we learned from that, by meeting in the morning, we could have the county, state, county, the sheriff, the LAPD, the county, the CHP, LADOT, every Caltrans Metro was all involved in these morning meetings, which packed the roll call room. And it was a great learning model to be able to educate about, especially when the 405 was being, an additional lane was being added, and et cetera, to really have agencies listen and modify their plans. And that's how Metro wound up supervising a lot of our Caltrans project, because it also involved city streets. And so we played an instrumental role in working with the community, and the community had a chance to really get input into the right agencies who were directly involved in these meetings. Captain?
Thank you. So when it came to our third goal, that was to increase our membership and diversity. We looked at where we are right now. And so currently our CPAP members are comprised of 86% Caucasians as compared to 68% in the West LA community, 7% Asian Pacific Islander as compared to 15% in the community, 3% Hispanic or Latino as compared to 11% in the community, 3% Black as compared to 3% in the community, and our CPAP is 57% male as compared to 48% in the community and 43% female as compared to 52% in the community. So we're obviously underrepresented in the areas of Asian Pacific Islanders, Hispanic or Latinos, and females. We believe that everyone's perspective is important, and we want to make sure that we're doing our best to have a CPAP that represents the entire West Los Angeles community. Additionally, we noted the majority of our CPAP members are over 50 years old, such as myself. And while we value the experience and perspective that they bring, we would also like to increase our diversity, our equity and inclusion by recruiting additional members in the 18 to 49-year range. So for recruiting and diversity efforts, we have every senior lead officer has reached out to their communities, especially the underrepresented ones. We're trying to leverage our current CPAP members to recruit others through their HOAs, community councils, and other organizations, and are specifically trying to recruit within the Oaxacan and Sawtelle Japantown communities. We very much want the people in these communities to feel a sense of belonging and knowledge that their police department is accessible to them. We've had some success there as we have several people that have expressed interest, accepted CPAP applications, and pledged to turn them in. We've also attended farmers markets, as Robert had indicated, in our area to recruit CPAP members and volunteers and to discuss crime prevention, homelessness, and emergency preparedness. Essentially, we go out to these farmers markets. We set up a booth with the assent of course, of the organizers, and we just make ourselves accessible for a lot of different reasons. We have pamphlets and flyers, and we're just there to meet people and to let people know that what our services are available for them. So during these events, we had our senior lead officers, community relations officers, CPAP members, volunteer community police, St. Joseph's homeless outreach workers, Red Cross, as well as myself, to meet the community and provide them with information on resources and to answer questions and concerns they may have. So wherever we have the opportunity to do so, we also talk about ways individual community members can work with the department via our CPAP and volunteer programs. The appearances at the farmers markets have been very well received by the community, and they have given us an opportunity to reach many new potential CPAP members. And as I've indicated, to that end, we've handed out numerous volunteer applications and are encouraged by the positive response. So the last three that we've done were the Westwood Village on October 7th, West LA Sawtelle on the 10th, and Brentwood Farmers Market just this past weekend.
As for our 2021 and to 2022 goals, they will remain the same. In addition to building on what we have already done, we will renew and focus our work with precision to achieve incremental progress. For goal 1, we will work on increasing our communications with residents living in apartment buildings, as well as persons experiencing homelessness. For goal 2, we will strive to increase our CPAP members' participation in our events and leverage their connections with their community organizations to gain additional community partners to more effectively address crime, quality of life, traffic concerns, and we will look at developing new CPAP committees while strengthening them we already have. For goal 3, we will continue to be focused and precise in our recruiting efforts so that we can build a community police advisory board that is not only more diverse, equitable, and inclusive, but one that engenders a sense of belonging and accessibility for our communities. And to that end, we will look to recruit on the UCLA campus, in our large and small businesses, amongst our community organizations and service providers, the staff at our local schools, residents living in apartment buildings, social workers, and clergy.
So thank you for your time and attention. That concludes our presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. I want to open it up to questions from any of the commissioners. Commissioner Soboroff, I see your microphone is open.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hi. And continued thanks for all you're doing. And I see the issue in your hopes for diversity And I think that the most important thing is in getting there is the first thing, and that's recognizing. And so as you go out to farmers markets and everything else, I think that you might also look to places where the people who you want to recruit are going in addition to those farmers markets, and continue on with what you're doing. My only question is, are there other CPABs that you guys communicate with regarding best practices? Because you are a lot of best practices.
Yes, actually, I've been holding meetings with other co-chairs, and we just had a meeting, and we have regular meetings with the area co-chairs within West area.
Right.
West area, and it's helpful because, they have their issues, we have our issues. It's nice to see what other people, their best practices are for their particular issues, and sharing what we do, especially in terms of outreach, because we've extended such an incredible, through Zoom, outreach within the 65 square miles, which, as you know, is quite large, to reach all the different diverse sections within West LA.
Okay, good. Thanks again.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Commissioner Kalianchi, sorry, saw your mic was open.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. I was very impressed with your diversity stats and your goals for increasing diversity. I believe I heard that there was a Oaxacan community.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
So I'm interested in knowing, like, what are some of their issues?
So what's interesting about West LA is that I think that like a lot of communities, you tend to paint any community with a broad brush. And so when you think of West LA, you think of the multi-million-dollar homes, you think of the celebrities that live here, UCLA, but there is a very vibrant Oaxacan community here, right here in West LA, right near the station. They have their own concerns because many of them are undocumented. And that was one of the things. I had a meeting 2 weeks ago with several of the leaders within the community, trying to invite them to join our Community Police Advisory Board. They did end up accepting applications, and they've indicated that they would be interested, but only after I was able to assure them that the LAPD does not care about their status as a citizen or not. That is not within our purview, and in fact, we know that oftentimes that goes against developing a relationship between the community and the police department. And so with that assurance, we know that many of the things that they deal with have to do with being lower income, being undocumented, and feeling sometimes that they're invisible within the West Los Angeles area. And so that was part of my reasoning in going out there to meet with them and to invite them directly to join our CPAB, was so that they felt like they have a voice and that we care about what they have to say. They are an important part, and it's one of the things, when we talked about it with this group, was that many of these people, it was actually very sad for me to hear, but many of them choose, because of economics, to have to leave their children unattended sometimes, or even though they're old enough to be alone, but they're choosing to be nannies for other people so that they can support their families. And so that was some very sad stories that I heard from that community, is that they are oftentimes working for millionaires and other people, and yet they have their own struggles. And so I think that's one of the things that I would like to do with our CPAB, is to raise the awareness of what's happening within that community, and that there are communities within West LA that need help as well. So
I appreciate that. I was going to ask what were some of their quality of life issues, but it seems that there's like need for obviously like economic equity, but also for support for maybe after school programs for their kids and things like that.
yeah, so many of our cadets are from the Oaxacan community. They're right around the station here. And so because of COVID, when we had to suspend a lot of those programs, it really actually hurt them a lot. And so we're looking hopefully to bring those back sooner than later, full bore, so that we can get them back, because we help them with their homework, and we try to be good role models for them, and just have them see that there's other opportunities.
Yes, I appreciate that. Captain, I would love to come out and visit with you and see if we can talk to some of the community around the station. I would love to just hear from them what even their public safety needs are.
Absolutely.
We'll
Thank
follow
you.
up.
Appreciate that.
You. Appreciate great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalanche. Any other commissioners have questions? Commissioner Bonner.
Yeah, if I might, just one quick one probably for Mr. Ringler, since you've been around for some
Please
time.
try not to rub it into my commissioner.
and to Captain Tom, welcome to the club, so to speak, over 50 club. But the value of longevity, of course, is in some cases perspective, right? That you have a broad perspective of how things have changed or not over time. And I've been asking this question about how some of the various Cpaps have been doing in trying to attract and bring in perspectives of what we've variously referred to as the younger crowd, or just at least people younger than most of us. And the question, I think, in that regard is, and so I appreciate seeing that as your third goal. In terms of the priorities, homelessness, traffic, and crime, are you either seeing now, or do you expect to see, if you, or I should say, as you achieve some greater diversity in the Cpap, are you expecting to see a diversity of views on the priorities, those three priorities: homelessness, traffic, and crime? Or would you expect maybe just to see a diversity of views as to the strategies or what's to be done about those issues? I know it may be some combination of the above, but I'm speaking again in terms of what you've seen based on your time and engagement there and your familiarity with the community.
Yeah, well, thank you for your questions. It's home, because my involvement with Cpap was at its inception. There was no neighborhood councils, no community councils, and I came committed because I believed in partnership with law enforcement, as with other departments, is very, very important. It was important really to, I come from a university background, so my focus as a university administrator back when was diversity, as was our chancellor then, Chancellor Young. So what you do is have that ingrained in your spirit with everything that you do. So we're not necessarily, it's going to change some of the priorities, but it gives them an opportunity to know that we're very open to different points of view, different ways of looking at the same thing, and also finding solutions to those things. The big change really has come because I know people come and get involved in a police advisory board because of a singular interest around their home, around their neighborhood. And that's what's refreshing to see the change. And one as who had to manage a lot of things at the university is to look at the bigger picture and to get people who only see things from their home, what's out their door, to get them to see that that's going on in the street next to them, the street after that, the street after that, and that they can share their experience and also learn from others. In other words, broaden their scope and involvement and have a more inclusive interest in the community in a much broader sense. And I think the charter and community, it was started with neighborhood councils and then community councils, really focus on not just individual HOAs or resident associations, but looking at how you can affect an entire area. And I think that focus has now sort of been inherited by our Cpap. And that's what I tried to drive home, and so and our captain as well. And I must compliment the help, because this captain is, to me, one of our best captains here at West LA, and has really put a lot of effort into this presentation with his staff, which is outstanding. And I don't just say that because I've been through a lot of captains, you can imagine. I've only been co-chair with 5, but when you start out in 91, 94, you can imagine the amount of interaction you've had with different members of the station over time in the community. So the job is not done, Commissioner. And we will always have an open ear and an open heart to work with anyone and everyone. That's been our goal. Even at the beginning, we knew that it was hard to achieve diversity because there's members of our community that have a different way of looking at police. And I, was privy to hear a lot of the people that made public comments, to know that there's other points of view, which personally I don't share, but I see you've got quite a job in front of you, and we take our job seriously here at West LA as well. I hope I answered your question without being too wordy.
And
Yeah, no,
Commissioner,
I appreciate. I'm sorry.
If I, just from my own perspective, I think that answering your question from my viewpoint is that the more diverse we are, and the reason that we've highlighted that we have these shortcomings, is that everyone's perspective is formed by culture, race, religion, socioeconomic level, and their own experiences. And you're right, of course, if we change the diversity of our group, generally, you can expect that the concerns may change. And I would expect, and that's why I had mentioned about trying to do more outreach into our residents that are living in apartments, younger people, because the majority of the people on our Cpap, God bless them, they're great. But most of them are homeowners. Most of them have been in this community for a very long time, and they don't speak for everyone within the community. And so that is our goal, is to reach out into areas that we have not previously explored. And it's truthfully, it's been difficult to try to recruit people along those lines, but I think that it's worth the effort to do it. And I think that going out to things like the farmers markets and other, Commissioner Calanche, the Oaxacan community has one of the largest Oaxacan festivals with people coming from all over the world, especially from Mexico. That's an event, once we've reopened our basically society for large events like that, that would be an incredible opportunity for us to reach out to that particular community. But I'm just saying that, of course, sir, I think that when we change the diversity, naturally, what will follow is that some of the input and the goals and the concerns that are raised will be different.
I appreciate that a great deal. And Mr. Ringler, yes, you did address the questions. I appreciate that. I did have one more question about, particularly given some of the demographic information that was provided, and I'm not talking about along race and ethnicity. I'm talking about the acknowledging that West LA is a little more affluent, painting with a broad brush. I'm saying more affluent part of the city. You have some fairly large institutional interests, there, including the Getty, and you referenced homeowner associations and some of those larger. Do you see any greater effort for I'm focused on the C and Cpap, the community part of it, where the goal is, or at least should be, to attract and engage the community. So the people who come to with their concerns. Is there any greater effort in West LA to address those issues through institutional representatives? In other words, do you see people showing up who represent the homeowners association as opposed to an individual homeowner, or someone coming down from the Getty, or sending a representative of the Getty to express concern about a particular issue, as opposed to members of the community bringing those concerns? So I'm not, if you hopefully appreciate kind of the context of the question, just is whether the engagement actually is coming from the community in any greater or lesser degree than it might in other parts of the city.
So with our membership, with the 30 Cpap members that we have, we do not have any that represent any of these large corporations or organizations that you're describing. They are primarily community organizations, homeowners associations, the neighborhood councils, community councils. We do have representatives from the Westwood Business Chamber of Commerce, but he's also a member of the, I think it's the West Side Neighborhood Council, and his own local homeowners association. So when they're speaking, they generally are speaking about their concerns that are raised by their fellow residents. And so while we do have, of course, many large corporations represented here that we talked about, the Getty and the Fox Studios and Westfield Mall, Crusoe Properties, et cetera, they do not have an overarching influence or impact within our Community Police Advisory Board. The concerns we're hearing are from the residents primarily.
By the way, if I can jump in real quick, Commissioner, we've had representatives from the Getty on our board, maybe not official members of CPAP. We've had people from the studios when we were involving security and traffic issues. And we've had faith-based representatives from different synagogues and churches in the area. So it's the forum really seems to be more of the homeowner group, but we do get input from businesses and from faith-based institutions, and we're open to it. Over the years, preceding Captain Tom's presence here on West LA, we've had rabbis, we've had priests, we've had different institutions represented in our CPAP. And I know from the inception of CPAP, it's always been a goal to reach those, especially the apartment dwellers in the Cadillac Corning area. And that's always been a difficult issue for us. And it continues to be so. And we will always continue to make an effort, and we continue to do so.
Sure, appreciate that. Well, I appreciate the presentation, and I appreciate you both taking the time to be with us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Decker.
Just very briefly, I wanted to share my congratulations and my thanks to you for a wonderful presentation, very detailed, very organized. And I think we can all see from your presentation that you do take your jobs very seriously. So I also applaud you for recognizing the shortcomings that you want to work on in the year ahead, and that you're striving to overcome and bring more people, be more inclusive than ever before. So thank you for that, and appreciate your efforts, particularly during the pandemic, and using Zoom as the opportunity to embrace more people and allow people to come to the meeting who otherwise wouldn't have time. But also it is a way to encourage more young people, people with families to come, because after a day at work, finding daycare and traveling to a meeting obviously is not necessarily something they can add to their very busy lives and agendas. So I do hope, as you articulated, you continue a practice including an online component for the meetings, so that your meetings can be more inclusive and hopefully bring that younger generation that you're striving to include to the meetings and allow them to have that voice. So thank you for all of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. And Captain Tom and Mr. Ringler, thank you for the presentation that you made today. As you can see from Commissioner's comments, this was quite an amazing presentation that you both put together. A lot of work went into it. We applaud you for that. But more importantly, we applaud you for the work that you're doing in the community, because the partnership between the community and the police department is at the essence of these types of organizations, and what helps drive and will drive continuing trust among the police department and the citizens of our city. Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. Have a great day and stay safe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
And now we'll go to item 4B on the agenda, the Los Angeles Police Department's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Plan, presented by Commander Ruby Flores. Morning, Commander Flores.
Hi, good morning. Okay, let's see. I will be sharing a screen. If you don't mind, I will pull that up real quick.
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Are you able to see my slide?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Very good. Okay, thank you. And good morning, President Briggs, members of the board, Executive Director Richard T. Fank, Chief of Police Chief Moore, our Inspector General, and City Attorney De La Guerra. Thanks so much for having me this morning. It is truly an honor to present to you this morning as the department's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer. What I'd like to do is walk you through the plan, just highlighting some of the main points of the plan. I know that you've had the opportunity to review it, but I do want to call out a few items, but also provide a sense of context and background for how the plan came to be, the work that has gone into this over the past year, and also introduce the dual pillars of the plan, which address our commitment and cultural humility and competence and information accuracy, which is extremely important to the community that we serve. To provide a sense of context, but also most importantly, to recognize those that I worked with intimately hand in hand on this project, or into putting this plan together. It certainly was a collective effort. It was really, the basis was first to start a racial equity plan as mandated by the mayor, as you know, due to his executive directive number 27, which was called for all department entities to call for a racial equity plan. When the chief appointed me or designated me to be the racial equity officer, at the time I was assigned to training group. It was an ancillary duty. But we soon realized that certainly this is of great importance and worthy of having a staff and being able to institutionalize the group, the function, but also expand it beyond racial equity. We understood that it would be short-sighted to do so, and then became born was DEI. So we wanted to ensure that we did not exclude women or our LGBTQ community. So hence we have the diversity, equity, and inclusion plan. But to start with, I had to do a lot of research, and I wanted the collective input from not only our community, but also from internally, because as you know, later in the plan, when I speak about the dual pillars, one of the pillars is the introspective look inside the department. And to do so, I had to do that with the collective input from our affinity groups. So I met with the leadership teams from the Oscar Joel Bryant organization, LOPOA, our Los Angeles Women Police Officers and Associates, our Latin American Law Enforcement Association, our Law Enforcement Association of Asian Pacific Islanders, our Employee Relations Group, and also command staff members representing additional affinity groups. They nominated through their query of their membership, certain members of the department that they felt would be a great addition to begin just putting together the framework, the research for this plan. Those are the names that you see on this acknowledgement. I do want to make sure that I do recognize Assistant Chief Grimala and also my current boss, Director Liz Rhodes, who I now am under her command. At the time, working with Assistant Chief Grimala, as you know, we met with many of you, members of the community and our affinity groups, to begin to establish this plan. So I want to thank those two individuals for their guidance and support as well. Part of that and part of the commitment was obtaining the proper assistance that I needed. So the names of those here that you see were specifically loaned to me for some for 1 month, some for 6 months. Over that period of time, these individuals were loaned to my command under my purview to begin to research this plan. So these individuals are not part of DEI group, the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion group, but they were contributors early on. And as of right now, I do have Sergeant Erin Burns Johnson. She is long-term assigned to me. She represents the LOPOA group, and also Sergeant Origel, who is my aide. Special recognition, of course, Commander Lurie, my partner, who was helpful in the editing as well. Lieutenant Jenny Wong, Mylan Ayers, Sergeant Ryan Lee, Sergeant Burns Johnson, Roseanne Adams, police officer, and police officer Erica Gonzalez, who beautifully put together this plan. So when we started to put this plan together, we had to start with the basic definitions of what DEI is. Many of our officers, our younger officers, probably have a better sense of understanding of what DEI is, because it is something that's more common or something that they're used to, just because of our new generation Z. Those are the individuals now entering the workforce now that we are preparing to hire or that we are working with within the department and with our community. So in looking at the definitions, we wanted to make sure that we begin to normalize, socialize, prioritize what DEI is within the organization. And part of creating my position now as a group and also as a division that I have under me, I now have a captain and 12 individuals, sworn and civilian, that work under my command, all under the Office of Constitutional Policing and Policy. Part of institutionalizing it also means it has to become the fabric of what we stand for, what we believe in. And without these DEI efforts, these efforts will never be sustainable without the concepts of belonging and accessibility, which are two other important components of this plan. The commitment certainly has been illustrated by the creation of the DEI group and it being part of the department. But we also understand that this has to be more than just words. The Los Angeles Police Department has produced some of the most outstanding and innovative statements and policies, procedures, tactics, and training, including our motto, our vision, our mission, and our core values. And at their best, they've been a beacon for betterment of policing in Los Angeles and around the world. However, in a time of societal change, including significant fractures in trust, words on a page or in a binder or a shelf are desperately in need of action. And this is what we hope to accomplish with this plan, in recognizing that we have made historic progress, but we can do better. And we have done many, many good things, including celebrating our historical accomplishments, the many firsts that we have witnessed amongst our leadership ranks, the highest ranking female African-American Deputy Chief Regina Scott. And I could list many other firsts that we've celebrated within this department, but we also recognize that there is room for improvement. And this is what we strive to do, is to look at our internal systems and see where we can better improve as an organization. We recognize that we are a learning organization. And part of my job will be to examine all aspects of policing that have the purpose or the effect of real or perceived discrimination, racism, or exclusion. And this means that we will review current and proposed policies and practices and make recommendations for implementing these remedies. It's important that to ensure that this does occur is that we collaborate with other offices and provide recommendations for anticipating legislative changes, which may impact recruitment, hiring, training, retention, and promotions. So with that, the two pillars of our plan are, one is internal and one is external, the introspective examination, and the secondary pillar of equal importance is in community engagement, partnership, and collaboration. In putting this plan together, through my studies at Cornell University and in seeking input from our affinity groups, I quickly learned that not only within the department, but also the expectation from the community is that we build this plan with cultural humility and competence. And I think this might be the most ambitious goal for in my position here as the DEIO. It is to achieve a high degree of cultural humility and competence within the Los Angeles Police Department and its key stakeholders, including its critics. We will seek out and deploy tools for improving an individual's ability to appreciate and gain knowledge of different views and practices. And this certainly will translate into how we police our communities, how we work with our communities, and how we engage our communities. But it first begins with us. I think we have to take an honest look at ourselves internally. We have a lot of anecdotal information as to why we do things, in terms of best practices, why our promotional process is the way it is, why employee opportunities are as they are. But it's time that we really unravel and look at some of those issues that affect our employees' wellness, employee development, and our employee satisfaction. I think those are things that certainly lend itself to better understand what our retention issues are and succession planning. There's been many studies out there that indicate that a organization that has a true sense of belonging and accessibility is going to be a successful organization. I think to that point, I was just reading a study by Forbes, and they state that the top important factors for our Generation Z group that we're hiring from and recruiting from, the top two factors for them when choosing a job is cultural diversity, inclusion, in workplace issues. So I think knowing that, I think it really even amplifies the need to do this for us as an organization, to recognize where we can do better in terms of creating a positive impact for our employees so that we can retain them and develop them to be the best that they can be. And with that, one of the main goals, initiatives to do so is going to be through a organizational cultural climate study. And I think that is where we will further begin to create and establish initiatives moving forward to address what we learned from that climate study. The second pillar, the community engagement, partnership, and collaboration, really speaks to the need of the state of the department in terms of policing and the cultural landscaping of policing nationwide. Our employees and our public, they are demanding that we take a deeper look at our current systems and practices, and we must do so with cultural humility and atonement if we are really committed to these DEI strategies. And this is where providing accurate information to our communities is critical. One of the most destructive elements to trust within a police agency and between the community and its police is inaccurate or incomplete information. So we strive to maintain open lines of communication with internal and external community members to help identify rumors and misinformation and to provide accurate and complete information. So looking at really the dual pillars and how this transforms into our actionable plan for the DEI is we created this policing ecosystem. And really, I think it really illustrates our internal, our external collaboration and that they are of equal importance. I think what's critical here is the bridging. How do we align and connect so that we are all on the same page? I think a year ago when I started conversations with the communities and some of the police commissioner board members as well, we learned that the community was having a much different conversation than that of law enforcement. So how do we come together? How do we align so that we may not always agree, but at least we have a mutual understanding of where we need to go and understanding each other's cultural history so that we can ensure that we are intentionally and externally striving to become a more inclusive and diverse department. I think diversity does not equate to inclusion. We are speaking a lot about hiring, especially women, as you know, as we've committed to our 30 by 30 initiative, but that doesn't necessarily translate to inclusion. And so that is going to be the challenge of how do we recognize each other's differences, celebrate them, prioritize and recognize them. And I think that starts with our staff officers, with our leadership team to drive this initiative and to continue to think differently than we have done in the past. So in the plan, you'll see the goals and some of the short-term, some long-term initiatives. The internal pillar 1, you'll see things in here such as the employee enrichment program, job sharing, cultural heritage awareness. These are all things that contribute to our internal workforce so that we can continue to grow and build as a more inclusive department and one that is culturally competent. The secondary pillar, it indicates also the information accuracy that I spoke of. Having the ability to maintain better, transparent, more timely information with the community is the challenge. One thing coming forward, as we look forward to, I hope to work with the community to develop divisional liaisons so that I could expand my reach in that we are inclusive of all of our commands within the department, and then also with all of the unique needs of our communities, because they are different. With that, we will later be introducing a manner in which we can better understand the stop data, the RIPA data. So with that, there are efforts internally actually being led by Captain Steve Ramos. He's the commanding officer under my command. He is now in charge of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Division. And under him, he will have the Ombuds section and also a section that will be developing a dashboard and a series of reports that we're going to make public. And those are going to be items that we will discussing with our command staff during ComStat, and but looking for ways in which we can understand what this data is and how to interpret it in terms of stop and address some of the disparities in that data. Again, I have to reiterate the need for us to collaborate, not only internally, but externally. And already I've had built exceptional relationships, I believe, with our city partners, those who hold positions such as mine as the Chief Diversity Equity Officer, with our Personnel Department, our Civil Human Rights and Equity Department, our anti-hate groups through the city. There's many different organizations that we've together begun to understand what DEI is within our respective groups. But I think now more than ever with our city partners, we have an exceptional relationship, and we strive to work together to maintain certainly a city that does create a true sense of belonging and inclusiveness. And in closing, just in moving forward, this plan is intentionally titled Towards Change, and it's ever evolving. This is going to be a plan that's going to grow and continue. It does not have an end date. It is institutionalized within our department, in which we can continue to build more milestones or more initiatives so that we can be successful. But I think that evolving success will be when our department is quick to recognize injustice and inequality and act accordingly. This route to the success is embracing DEI as our guidepost towards our next generation in our continued leadership. With that, I do want to offer our email address, dei@lapd.online, as well as my contact information. And at this point, that is the end of my presentation. I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Commander Flores. This is a very important topic, one that is extremely timely and important to our city. I just have some follow-up questions, because you and I have met independently and have discussed some of the issues contained in your report. What I want to follow up on is the organizational climate study. I know that when you and I previously met, we also had discussions with the personnel department of the city, and that the city is actually doing a climate study of all departments, one that would include the LAPD, and that this had been sent out for determination to the city council for approval with respect to funding. Any sense of where we are in that process right now? Because I noticed that on your chart that you sent to us that we've reviewed, one of the issues you identified was you needed to acquire climate study funding.
Yes, sir. So good timing as well on that. We have made strides and we've had some progress in working with the personnel department. So they put out an RFP, and currently we are, and I say we because I've been invited to be a part of the process, in which 3 institutions, academic institutions, have applied for the RFP. And we are in the process of evaluating, listening to their presentations and their proposals. So in the coming weeks, we should be able to make a selection for who is going to have this RFP. But so we are moving forward with this climate study. It is going to be citywide. So it's not only going to be LAPD, but it's every department within the city. Since LAPD is unique to other department entities, I was afforded the opportunity to be a part of the process in selection. And as we move forward and we start moving and creating what the scope of the study will be in terms of focus groups and surveys, what is it that we want to learn about our department in terms of our cultural and organizational studies and systems, I will be a part of that. So that is one thing that's moving forward. But also what's happening is the 30 by 30 initiative. So part of that, there are certain surveys and things that we are trying to accomplish that would address some of the same climate study issues that we would, but specific to women. And I think those are 2 things that are happening. And then thirdly, it is still my desire to still seek an independent study specific to LAPD that may or will address some of the issues that may not be covered in the overall citywide assessment.
Thank you, Commander Flores. And for those who may not be familiar with the 30 by 30 initiative, can you explain what that is?
Yes, sir. Seems like just yesterday I presented on it. No, so 30 by 30 is a national initiative by, multiple law enforcement agencies across the nation. It is a pledge for police agencies to have 30% recruit officers to be women by the year 2030. Now, as you know, in looking at our statistics, I could probably say that we do exceed those in terms of the recent recruit classes that we've had in terms of women representation. But that initiative also looks at ways in which we can further empower our women, create opportunities for advancement so that we do see more women in leadership positions. And I think this is really something that's needed within our department. We've made great strides. We exceed the national average in women. It's 12% for other agencies nationwide, but we're at 18%. And I believe you've heard me say too that that's great. It's wonderful, but we need more. When the makeup of women within the city and the job force is over 50%. I think there is a lot of work that we can do when we look at this internal climate study to promote women and to prepare our women. I was just at a women's leadership and law enforcement conference a couple of weeks ago. There was about 1,100 women there. And just in some of the online polls that they were doing within the classes, I learned that more than 60% of the women in that group said that they felt that their work was overlooked. They didn't feel valued and they didn't feel confident to pursue job opportunities in leadership ranks. So to me, that was interesting, that random group of women, mostly from all over Southern California. Those are still issues that we need to address and maybe speak to the reason why we keep hovering at that 18% for women. So I'd like to use some of these studies to understand how we can put our women in a position to have a seat at that table.
Thank you very much, Commander Flores. I'm going to open it up to other commissioners for questions.
Questions?
Commissioner Bonner.
Thank you. I don't know that I have many questions. It's probably more just a couple of comments I would offer. One, thank you very much, Commander Flores. I know you put a lot of time and effort in working with a lot of your colleagues and putting the plan together, so appreciate that. It's ambitious and aspirational, meaning that there's always that risk that you get the words right and the ambition right, but the goal obviously is to also figure out how to move forward. And I would observe that the history and experience at least in corporate America and government generally is decidedly mixed. This isn't the first time that public agencies have been focused on this set of issues, and I think the data shows that it's kind of a mixed history in terms of the ability to actually attain or meet the goals that are often laid out. And one reason for that is because of the degree of buy-in that's required, and that's a function of the mindset, the level of understanding, the level of acceptance that you have in the organization to actually move this forward. And the focus, typically is on you've heard the metaphor, the tip of the iceberg, which means, the things you can see really, which in this case would be like race and gender. And oftentimes the success is really determined by all of the things below that you really can't see. In this case, the vast differences in life experiences and personal beliefs and all of those things that really are going to determine the attitude and mindset of those who are going to be looked to achieve some of these objectives. And so I just want to underscore the seriousness or the importance of understanding all that really is behind the plan and the message, and how complicated it may be to really move these forward. So the climate study and things of that nature may help, but I think it's going to take some additional time to get buy-in, especially it's not just in this organization, LAPD, law enforcement, it's any organization. You're going to have people who don't think, people who won't be aware of this, despite efforts to promote it and talk about it. There'll be some people who, for whatever reasons, are not hearing it or seeing it, so they won't be aware. You have people who are aware who don't agree that this should be done, not because of their personal beliefs may be aligned, but they don't think it should be done at work, or whatever it is. And then again, just everybody, having different understandings of a lot of the concepts and things that are involved here. So I just encourage you to, continue reflecting on that reality, and to not see this as a plan where you're presenting it today and then 6 months from now we'll be expected to come in and start checking boxes as to how many of the specific things have been accomplished and so on and so forth. I really don't see it playing out that way. It's going to take, I think, some additional time to really get this grounded and rooted in the culture of the organization. And that may take, itself may take some time. So that's just my observations, for today. So thank you very much for the work and putting it together in the presentation.
Thanks, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Kalanche, I saw your mic open.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Thank you for the presentation, Commander Flores. I have a couple of questions. One is on the Pillar 2, the RIPA data expectations. Can you talk a little bit about how that's going, since I see the timeline kind of some of it has already begun, and the goals and how RIPA plays into the kind of arching goals for diversity. So that's one question. And then the other is, well, you can answer that because the other one was more directed. It's more general for the commission.
Okay, excellent. Yes, ma'am. So yes, with RIPA, what I've already done or put in motion was I created a community steering committee with representatives from all over the city, which would encompass our 4 bureaus. And with that, we have preliminarily looked and number one, just understand what DEI is. What does collaboration, inclusiveness mean with the community? And then on top of that, talking about information accuracy and the data that's out there about police. So we've had discussions about that just in general, in terms of what's important to their own community members when being stopped. And I think, you know, we've had discussions similar to what you've had on this board in, I believe it was, it might have been Commissioner Bonner had at one time brought up the fact of you know, contacts with the police is something really scary and something that's real for our communities. And especially with dealing with bias policing, much of it comes down to how we connect, how we interact with the community. So I'm enlisting and soliciting information from our community about what is it that they expect of our officers? How can we overcome some of those perceptions of fear or disparate treatment when we stop and when we connect with the community? So that's one of the goals, is to look at our stop data and understand how we can create mutual understanding and identify if there are training issues that we can identify to move forward within the community. Part of what's going to come is that we are going to create like a town hall tour, we'll call it, throughout the city. So once our reports have been prepared in terms of what we want to release or what we want to provide to the community regarding RIPA data, we will have a series of town hall meetings, which I would invite you all. Chief Moore has committed to come to these, as well as Commissioner Bonner. We're working also with representatives from the Inspector General's office so that we can provide the stop data specific to each and everyone's community, and then understand what the overlay of data means to it in terms of the crime picture, the community needs, what is the community wants in terms of enforcement, education, et.cetera. So that's currently underway, still in the works in terms of
your how many members are part of the steering committee?
I have 6 members.
6 members. And how often do you meet?
Monthly.
Monthly, okay. I'd like to attend one of those if possible.
Absolutely.
Thank
I'll
you.
ensure that an invitation is sent to everyone here.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, I would love to track some of the movement on the RIPA.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. I guess so the next question is more trying to understand our role as a commission as connected to this plan. So what I'm understanding is there's a climate study that's going to happen, that's going to hopefully shed some light on concerns or things that the department would love to move forward on. And then I'm assuming that then the commission then can come up with some recommendations or policy initiatives to meet some of the goals of the department. Am I understanding that correctly? Because I would hate to have all this information and then there's no real policy change. And this is for, I mean, just not just for you, Commander Flores, but just as a commission, trying to understand our role.
Well, if I could add in some, Commander Flores, thank you for this presentation and the work and the leadership in developing this plan. The 2 pillars, both one internal and one external, is going to have a cascading effect across all parts of the department's operation. Everything from hiring to development of our personnel, the means in which we identify those ready for added responsibilities, accountability systems. Are they accurate? Are they fair? Are they balanced? And so I see this as, and Commander Flores, what I've instructed her is as she monitors various aspects of an organization this size, our outreach, our engagement, our training, how we go about our enforcement strategies, how we go about crime fighting. As she looks into those areas, and we look at the internal instrument of a survey, as we look at our efforts to revitalize and reform our standards-based assessments, our ratings, those are all be matters that ultimately have commission oversight. and influence in regards to as we make adjustments and amendments to meet the needs of meeting the instances of dissatisfaction with the department's operation by our own employees, or instances and externally of a lack of trust because of a belief or perception that our enforcement or our engagement is biased or negatively impacting unduly portions of our community. So I see this as, to Commissioner Bonner's point, this is a journey that over the next, that's going to cascade. We do need a framework to have accountability. Otherwise, this is just aspirational. We do have to have some mileposts along the way that we're going to talk about and accomplish the tasks. But I suspect that in the process of that, we'll identify other opportunities and other tasks for us as a strategic issue for us to go about. Does that help?
Yes, it does. I guess I wanted to understand our role, and I understand that we play a huge role in coming up with possibly some policy recommendations when it comes to DEI. But I feel that we have the opportunity to be clear about what we want, and not just let's do more studies. For the most part, we know that we need to promote more minorities into leadership positions. So why aren't we just making policy that says this is what we need to do, right? So I'm hoping that with all these studies that we are, that the commission is looking into clear policy goals when it comes to promotions, when it comes to creating a workforce that is more, that is focused on the needs of women in the workforce. I just want to be very intentional about where we're going with this versus we're just going to study the heck out of this and try to understand what our department wants, and then set some goals that maybe we won't be able to reach, or that are very vague. Because I feel like I've been on this commission for a year and we've been talking about this for a year.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. As a chief, I don't feel that we've been awash in studies. Our goals to have half our academy classes made up of women is a defined statement and an ambition that we regularly report to you, and our success, but also our challenge going forward. Our efforts of building and making up, not just for those that we're losing amongst African Americans and their representation across the entire organization, but as we double down and establish a numeric goal for hiring recruits, but also Asian Pacific Islanders. Those are measurable impacts that have been instilled over with commission direction under Commissioner President Decker at the time, and now Commissioner Briggs, President Briggs, will continue. I would look to your support that as we identify on this 30 by 30 initiative, that the internal survey, which we feel the internal survey is necessary because of the granularity of this organization versus 30 plus departments, to identify, for instance, women in the workplace. What are the obstacles and barriers? And I've tasked Commander Flores, working with our personnel division, to work with what is our charter requirements, what are our personnel and administrative code restrictions that keep us from job sharing? Because we know already from earlier work and studies that job sharing is a lack of it is an impediment to many women within the organization, because they end up with the inability to take a career sabbatical, if you will. So I think that there's efforts that have been identified that are aspirational. There's things that we're pursuing, but there's always a role on behalf of each commissioner, as well as the leadership of this commission, to dig into areas that are referenced by the DEI. DEI sits, in my view, and permeates across the entire strategic plan, and influences all aspects of our operations. Now, some people will say, no, it's a book, it's a chapter, or it sits over on a shelf someplace and we use it as a reference. I see it as informing and checking ourselves to what we're saying and
Right.
what we're doing, just as a commission does.
I appreciate that. I just want us as commissioners and you as the head of the department to be intentional about moving this forward versus just understanding of the dynamics and the culture of the organization. A lot of it is intuitive. Like, we know the department that we have, and we know the demographics, and we know who's in leadership positions. I just want us to be intentional about moving DEI, for lack of a better word, within the department and really focus on specific initiatives.
Thank you, Commissioner Galachek.
Thank you.
Commissioner Decker, did you have anything?
Yes, thank you. I too, Commander Flores, want to join in thanking you. I know you have been working on this for quite some time, and I know you've included a lot of people. So thank you for your efforts and your presentation today. And my questions, I do understand this is a framework concepts. This is not necessarily discussing about the plan, specific plan on everything, because that's further development, particularly after, as you identified, the cultural climate studies that you hope to do. So I have a few just specific questions. I assume it's not coincidental that we're hearing the department's strategic plan today. I assume you and the team working on the strategic plan worked in collaboration in ensuring there was coordination for these efforts. And I don't want to get ahead of the next presentation, but just generally, Commander, if you could briefly explain those efforts.
I will. Thank you so, ma'am. I'm glad that you brought that up. I was speaking with Director Rhodes earlier this morning just about that topic, and we both were kind of reflecting that it was my position sits in probably the best place in the department in which I can, through her support, able to expand to all the other offices to work together. Much of what, the after action implementation recommendations, the strategic plan, now DEI plan, really everything within this department that's asked of us touches DEI in some way or another in terms of training, internal, external. So I do have to be able to navigate amongst the other offices, and I do so in collaboration. And fortunately, I sit right next to Director Rhodes and her staff, and the individuals that are responsible for developing policy and in other initiatives. So specifically the strategic plan, we're all dialed in.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Commander. Because and I'm glad you brought up all the after action reports and the advisory committees, because all of these plans have been coming to us. We've all been working in various capacities on them. And I think it could be perceived by the public that these are like piecemeal things coming, but there actually is a great coordination going on behind the scenes. Is that right, Commander? Just based on what you said, I assume.
Absolutely, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Commander, I just wanted to clarify something on the organizational cultural climate study that you presented, and you answered a few questions with Commissioner Briggs on that. If I'm understanding it correctly, and I may not be, so the city is doing one for all departments, including LAPD, and it is your hope to do one uniquely to LAPD. Is that correct, that it's not it's not a done deal yet, that there will be a unique one to the department? Is that correct?
You're right, ma'am. That's exactly how I stated it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you describe to me what you think it would take to be able to, I assume it's funding, but if it's anything else, I'd like to know as well, to have a study focused just on LAPD?
Preliminarily, it is funding. It's a significant amount. I would say anywhere from $250,000 to $450,000, depending on the level of layers that we will dive into, but actually developing and implementing strategies to address the issues that we identify through the climate study, I think is where much of the work is going to come in. The fire department, coincidentally, is doing their own independent climate study as we speak. Deloitte is doing that, who I've had conversations with, and they certainly would like to work with us on developing a scope of work for our department. So the fire department is doing their own. I know the zoo department, they do a series of internal inclusion surveys. They do that on an annual basis. And then on top of that, now we're working with this overall climate study. So each department, from what I understand, has done or is doing some sort of independent study.
Right. Thank you for that clarification. And maybe Commissioner Briggs, it would be something for the executive committee. I'm not sure. But I do believe and would like to support an effort to get that independent study for LAPD because for many reasons. But the profession of policing is very different than many of the other departments. And I understand why the city would want to have its baseline for all departments, but to really dive into some of the issues, the unique issues facing this department, particularly with increasing the number of women in the department and really understanding from the inside what their internal barriers, real or perceived, are, and really just having a better understanding. And this also goes not just for women in the department, but minorities, the recruitment challenges they feel that they're facing, maybe some of the issues they're facing from their own community about being in policing. I think we need a deeper understanding of that. So more on that, I'm sure in the future, but thank you for that clarification, Commander Flores. And I think the remaining questions I have are should be waited till after the strategic plan is presented. But Commander, I very much appreciate this effort. I know it was a significant undertaking on your part. It is the beginning, and I want to just for Commissioner Kalanche share in some of the frustration. I think we all want to get to the change part pretty quickly and have that plan for change. I do feel, Commander, this is a solid first step, but just know, we're going to hold you and your team accountable, and the chief certainly, for achieving the results that are outlined here in the master plan.
Absolutely, thank you. And I do recognize that it is a huge undertaking, but I believe also cultural shifts such as this don't take place overnight. So know that I am working diligently, passionately to make things happen. Sometimes it's going to take time to see the change. I hope that I see those changes before I retire. We are in a good position to make significant changes, and with your support, I believe we can do it. I just ask that we have to continue to stress that this is of importance, and we have to invest in it, not only with time, but financial. So I think we're all on the same page there, and we certainly will make this happen. It's going to take time though.
Absolutely, Commander Flores. I appreciate that perspective, and we do have to invest in it and put resources behind the things we believe in to show how important they are. So thank you for that, Commander. Commissioner Briggs, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commander Flores, thank you. And to the points made by both Chief Moore as well as Commissioner Kalanche, I view your presentation today as the outlines of a plan moving forward, and less that of a study. As you pointed out, as the chief pointed out, we do have the 30-30 initiative, but we also have initiatives to increase the number of African-American officers who we're losing in sizable amounts. But so we do have plans moving forward with that. We also have plans, as you've outlined and as I've discussed, throughout all of the divisions, to increase the number of female officers throughout the ranks. We definitely want to see that. And we also have plans to shift the culture, as you pointed out, which is extremely important. We are headed towards the 21st century policing. That's the model that we have. That's the goal that we have. And this plan of DEI is one piece of that. And I'm sure we're going to have more of it presented in the strategic plan that's about to be presented to us. So I see this as a part of us moving forward as an organization, helping to change some of those cultural issues that members of the community have stressed needed to be changed. And I think that we're moving in that direction. So thank you very much for all the work that you're doing. Keep doing it. We're going to support you. And as Commissioner Decker pointed out, we will take it up in the executive committee with respect to the climate survey, because I do think that that is important. We know who we need to talk to at the city concerning that issue. and we will be doing so. So thank you, and we will be providing you with all of our support. Thank you very much, Commander.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. It's my honor. Thank you.
And now if we can go to item 4C, the Department Strategic Plan, and Director Elizabeth Rhodes.
We have an action. We have an action step on.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, Mr. President, we have an action to take on that item.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. So on item 4B, I move that we approve the department's report and transmit it to the mayor and the city council. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries. Commissioner Soboroff, thank you very much for bringing that to me. And now, Ms. Rhodes, thank you.
Thank you, and good morning or good afternoon, Commissioners, Chief, Council, and Mr. Tiefank. And I appreciate your questions and the dovetail that this presentation on the strategic plan has with the DEI plan. I work closely with Commander Flores, and I just want to re-emphasize a point that she made, which is the DEI plan has the full support of the Chief of Police and the Office of the Constitutional Policing and Policy, which allows for a certain elasticity in the DEI plan, and that we can ensure moving forward that it has success because we have the entire office behind it. And I'd just like to, just take one opportunity to say there were a lot of questions about the 30 by 30 and recruiting. And in addition to the DEI division, Commander Lurie and Stephanie Urraco, along with Sergeant Aaron Burns Johnson, are all working on that, and including the incredible work that the advisory committee from the commission gave us about ideas and recommendations. So a lot of this really has significant overlap. And I just want to bring that to everyone's attention. I'm sure you all know, but we are tracking and working together to make sure that everything works forward in a way that benefits the department and the community. So moving to just this strategic plan, which certainly is infused with principles of DEI and intentionally infused with those principles, along with community-based policing. I'd like to first, the acknowledgement page on the last page of the report talks about all the contributors, but I'd like to just thank the key coordinators, that is Sergeant Javier Borrego, Officer Frank Martinez, and Senior Management Analyst Sharon Sargent. They would be here with me today, but the officers are assisting in a civilian appreciation lunch, and I certainly appreciating civilians. So they are the ones who are really worked very hard putting this lovely plan together. It is somewhat like the DEI plan that is toward change. This is a living document and a flexible plan, and it is a guide to the women and men of LAPD over the next 2 years. As you know, the last plan concluded on June 30th, 2021, and the plan is very helpful to assist the Los Angeles Police Department in moving forward in certain goals. As I think we all recognize, this was a very challenging 2-year period. We are not necessarily out of that challenge, but it had the benefit of, necessity being the mother of invention. For example, I just want to point out a couple of things that were accomplished, not in spite of, but maybe because of COVID, and that was in the area of protecting LA. We have made it so that detectives can digitally file case packages with the city attorney and are working on felony packages with the district attorney. And in modernizing technology, we have designed online reporting for traffic collisions Those were goals from the last strategic plan, and they were accomplished during that period. This plan has an emphasis on, as I said, racial equity, diversity, and inclusion. That's found throughout the plan, and I would specifically direct your attention to Goal 2, which is building community trust on page 13 and 14. Goal 3, organizational accountability and improving that, which is on page 22. Goal 5, enriching training and expanding CSPB and the values of CSPB into the department training on page 34. And Goal 6, which is maximizing the workforce potential, and that includes strengthening recruitment efforts. Those recruitment efforts should also increase the diversity of the department. And that's page 37 and 38. We have also focused crime prevention, and I believe this commission has talked certainly to us and to other members of the department about illegal firearms trafficking, including ghost guns, which is a continual and emerging issue within crime fighting. So that, I know you have the plan, and those are sort of some of the highlights. I would therefore encourage you to review it and file it, which is attached to the 15-2. But should you have any questions about the plan or moving forward, I'm certainly happy to try to answer any you have.
Thank you, Director Rhodes. Do any commissioners have plans? Mr. Flache, I see that your mic is open.
Oh, no, sorry. That's
Commissioner Decker.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rhodes, for the explanation also of the interrelationship between your strategic plan, the department's strategic plan, and the prior presentation on DEI. Much appreciated on that. I do have just a few quick questions. And I do see the, this is actually a very specific question. I understand this is more of a strategic plan and effort, but in terms of the hiring efforts going forward, or at least for this fiscal year, 21-22, it says 45% of all new recruits will be women. Do I have that right? I don't.
Yes.
Have, okay. And I understand we talk about the 30 for 30, which is a sub part of that 45%, of course. But I don't think we're currently on track to have 45% in the recruit classes. It's not that I challenge that goal at all. I think it should be the goal, but a goal without the change behind it. I guess my question is, you know, this is a strategic plan. I see the DEI plans. We're still in the midst, the department's still in the midst of developing all the ways to get to 45% and hopefully 50 down the road. My question is it realistic for this fiscal year to have a goal of 45%?
So I would indicate that, you know, our first class was 55%. We are somewhat limited by the pool, and we need to work on, I think as Commissioner Kalanche talked about, increasing that pool and increasing the attractability of the department to women and other communities, including communities who live inside the city. And those are goals that we have had and continue to have. We will continue to work on them. I think without having a goal, we don't have a roadmap forward. And so
I don't dispute the goal. I'm sorry, Ms. Rhodes. I apologize for interrupting you. I don't dispute the goal. And I think, as you know, certainly the chief knows, I've been advocating for 50% for quite some time. I think my question is more on a practical side. What do you think is going to change this year to get it to 45% that we haven't been doing? And it's not that there aren't a lot of plans in place, right? I see the change for the future, for sure. And I do think we have to have a goal, even if it's aspirational. So I want to be clear, I'm not disputing the 45%, But if we're putting it on paper, we're voting for it. I just want to know what you think is going to change, because the pool is not there right now to get us to 45, in my opinion, based upon everything that we've been seeing. There may be something on the horizon that is going to change that. I welcome it. Again, I don't dispute the 45, but how are we realistically going to get there this year?
Well, I certainly, when we are looking at the pools, the number of women coming out of those pools is higher than the number of women. The percentage of women coming out of the pool is higher than the percentage of women in the pool itself. That is one way. I know that the recruiting division is working hard to message this in every form, social media and other forms. We are certainly looking towards having a stronger, inclusive, and equitable department. Commander Flores, I discussed yesterday the treatises and other documentation that she is reviewing that talks about the current generation being most interested in inclusivity and engagement and inclusion. That's something that we are working towards, and hopefully by having this plan, we will attract a more diverse background of candidates, which include women and members of underrepresented communities in policing. So I think we are making all of those attempts to try to increase the candidates that we have. It is difficult. You are correct. It is difficult. We have put an aspirational number on those, but there is a lot of effort going into trying to make that aspirational number a reality.
I understand. Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. And again, I'm not disputing that should be the goal. We have to state it. It has to be stated. It has to be restated. It has to be out there for us to affect that sort of change. I appreciate that. I see the chief has apologized. Chief, I just see you opened your mic. I assume you wanted to comment on that.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for this opportunity. Let's go back to the establishment of 50% of the hiring class would be made up of women as recruits for this department. One you established as commission president, a goal that a reality that doesn't exist anywhere, to my knowledge, in a major municipality policing in America. We see gender differences, and we see systemic issues that we think and have not identified other issues that we think is causing this void. Certainly half of our population, young and old, are women. And so why can't they, and why aren't we seeing their representation in greater amounts? And part of it is because, frankly, we're just not, we have to be stubborn. We just have to persistently and in an unbending manner insist that we grow in the number and representation of women, African-Americans, and AAPIs for diversity on the entry as well as throughout the organization. And part of that is the uncomfortableness of us having these goals and us falling short, which cause dissatisfaction, which causes frustration. And I hope it springs this commission and our city government to action. We know right now that half of our outreach and engagement for public to attract qualified candidates that represent this diversity is funded by private foundations rather than the city. We just heard under DEI a need for an internal survey to determine and identify barriers. What are nudges? What are helping hands that could help us achieve these goals, but for lack of funding? So funding is directly tied to this. I see these goals that we establish on matters of public safety and matters of department operations as they need to be realistic, but they also need to be ambitious. And they need to call people out to have this very conversation. Not so that we feel defeated because we fall short, but we feel a commitment, and that to generations to come, as well as our own workforce, and to those that would fight this through the invisible hand of just organizational tension and culture and so forth, that says this moment will pass, that it won't pass, that we're here and committed to see this through, and that we're going to be stubborn about it. And if we fall, then we fall having tried. but we're not going to give up on it. And that's why we did not. This was a decision that we made strategically, why we did not pull back from the number when we made this from an earlier commitment. As you recall, it was 20, 30, 40, 45%. These trees will not grow to the sky. This goal is not to be 100% of our academy classes. But I do think that the path that you committed to, we committed to 2 years ago, 3 years ago, is worthy. And I reflect lastly on this last year when we hired 77 people or 79 individuals, and we said, we will not, this is an area, an opportunity to exploit the women that we do have qualified and the other qualified candidates to focus on their hiring as a means of reaching this and not just first come, first serve. So that's the persistence on it. That's the hard-headedness, a stubbornness of our work. It's how we're going to see this through 3 to 5 years from now, is these incremental steps. And I appreciate you taking my remarks.
Well, thank you, Chief. I appreciate your statement. And Ms. Rhodes, I appreciate yours as well. Having leaders within the department who are committed to that number, committed to achieving greater equality within the department and equity, not just for women, but for everyone, is deeply meaningful and important. And there's no way to achieve the goal without that sort of leadership. So thank you for that. If I may shift gears, Ms. Rhodes, to a different portion of the strategic plan, which I should say, I very much appreciate the plan and the work that went into developing it for everyone on your team, by the way, I should add. Just with respect to the goal 6, workforce development, or excuse me, workforce potential, I should say. I just wanted to be sure that contained within that, and it wasn't a separate written goal, but it could be within all the goals. I'm sure it is. And I just want to ask you for the, if you would comment briefly on it, identifying current talent within the department. With a department as large as this one, with so many individuals who have such diverse talents and experiences, what is the strategic effort? What is going to be the long-term effort to identify all the people that you currently have within the department with all those great skills that can be called upon as needed?
So there are multiple ways that we are doing that currently. Recently, and I think it has come out, the Career Development Unit has published a pamphlet to talk about what you need to do, how you need to study for, and basically things that as an employee of the Los Angeles Police Department, you may look into to really fulfill your potential, be it sworn or civilian, looking towards your next step, looking towards how really you can maximize your own potential, which in turn obviously maximizes the potential of the department. So that is certainly one thing. Additionally, within the DEI plan, I know that Commander Flores is working towards an employee enrichment plan. This is difficult at the moment because, as you know, while we want to enrich and encourage all of the employees we currently have, we have fewer employees than we did a year ago. So we understand the dual needs and sometimes conflicting needs of protecting our city, serving the communities, and also maximizing the potential of our employees, which is difficult when you have few employees and you need to make sure that you provide public safety. Nonetheless, we are looking into ways that we could pilot such a program, perhaps in the future, and by the future, I mean a sort of relatively near-term future as we go forward. Also using reserve officers to help us. So those are at least 2 examples of ways that we hope to maximize the potential. I would also just say that what I have seen captains and commanding officers, both in this building and outside do every day, is to take an interest in the people that they work with, and that's not, I don't have that as a specific written down comment, but I have certainly seen it here in the building to promote those under one's command. And I think that is sometimes a very unsaid thing about the police department, that it really relies on command staff or just managers or supervisors to help those who report to them or even outside to achieve a fulfillment in their work life.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Rhodes. I appreciate your comments. Commissioner Briggs?
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Are there any other questions from other commissioners? I do want to follow up on one thing, and I guess this is a question for the chief with respect to Commissioner Decker's realization that we may not meet the 45% goal that's set forth in the plan for female officers. Chief, at the beginning of the meeting, you indicated that we have 3,000 applicants. Of those 3,000 applicants, how many are female? What percent?
So that report actually I saw yesterday, and it went at my outbox. It goes to Commissioners, to Ms. Rhodes, Director Rhodes' remark. As I recall, there was about, it was like 18 to 19% were women, which of that came out to 600 or 700 applicants that had passed the first phase. I want to call out Director Rhodes. She said something that was a bit subtle, but it was important not to be missed. We have 3,000 plus applicants that have passed the first gate. We have limited resources in which to qualify those and determine those that are not qualified, but those that are. We're particularly focused on the pools of candidates that have passed so that we can maintain and improve the hiring goals that we have here relative to diversity. So what that means is that, and what we're finding is Captain McCraney, Erin McCraney, has mentorship for each of those women identified for African American and AAPI. Now we'll mentor any applicant who wants to join this great organization, but with our resources, we're particularly focusing on those individuals that we see as meeting the diversity needs that we have. Secondly, I want to thank the employee affiliated organizations who have all stepped up and within their respective groups to offer mentoring services and to offer support and guidance for those that are desirous, not just of being a successful applicant, but being a successful recruit. So these numbers, we are concerned because the natural flow of 3,000 plus qualified candidates, we'd love to see 50-50 with women and men. Part of our marketing is to attract more women as applicants, to attract more of our diversity, is to enrich the pool. But what we draw to the gate, if you will, now we get to choose, and we will choose, and to qualify those moving forward by doing backgrounds. But let me also say, for those that may not feel that they fit in one of these descriptions of diversity, every applicant for this organization who strives to be a member of this department, who is qualified, I am committed to doing all we can to hire them. We need qualified police officers of every make, model, description, and to be a member of this organization. And our focus as a commission, you as a commission and me as a chief, to enrich these areas is because as an organization, because of societal norms and so forth, there have been constraints, there have been barriers. There's been people who have objected to having a broad and fair representation that's representative of the communities in which we serve. We strive to eliminate those through DEI, through our strategic plan, through every action that we're engaged in. And that's why we're invested particularly in those areas. But in these discussions, at times, I've heard from members of my organization, our own organization, as well as the public, that we're doing that at a cost to otherwise qualified individuals. And that, I want to just clarify here, is not the case. The equity and the inclusion is for everyone.
I appreciate that. Director Rhodes, I want to pick up on another topic that Commissioner Decker just discussed with you, and And that is the last one on the initiative to strengthen employee career development and retention efforts. Along those lines, what is the department actively doing to encourage officers to pursue, in some instances, post-secondary education, so that and I think we're going to have presentations later this year. It leads to better outcomes in policing, but more importantly, it helps individuals grow and it gives them other opportunities within the department itself if they have that post-secondary education. So can you speak to that, please?
Sure. And I would just reference, and maybe we should have training Bureau make a presentation on the career development unit and the assistance that they give various employees in finding both college programs that are that can be amenable to the schedule of a working individual, so that you don't have to be a full-time student, and also the funding for that. And I think that is an important portion of that career development. And the other thing I would say is the informal mentorship, again, of the number of different individuals within the department who are obtaining degrees and advanced degrees currently, so that there is a path forward for people to see that it can be done, that it is being done, and that they can do it. The other thing I would just mention is that some of the new legislation passed by the governor does call for California community colleges to come up with plans to assist. That is outside of the police department's purview, but it is a recognition of the value of education in police work.
Thank you, Director Rose. Are there any further questions from any other commissioners? I'm seeing none. Director Rose, thank you very much for your presentation today. It was well put together. We really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I move that we review and file the department's report. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you. Now we'll move to item 4D, the department's report on the 30-day hold impound audit. Unzicker, hello, how are you today?
Hello, I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Fine. Commander Halston, how are you?
Very good, sir. Good morning.
Great. You can go ahead and present.
Sure. I'll just give you a brief synopsis of a couple of issues relative to the report. The report before you, of course, is an evaluation of the department's conformance with 30-day hold vehicle policies and procedures. I'd just like to let you know that the percentages of compliance are located in two places: on the first page under the overview section, and then in table number 1 on page 3 of the report. We have been getting questions recently regarding a couple of issues relative to audits. One of them is questions regarding why we do a particular audit, and then the other is regarding methodology and how we choose our population or sample. So I just wanted to address those up front, since I'm aware that you have the report and have had an opportunity to review it. The reason that we conducted this audit is because there can be consequences to members of the public if we don't follow policies and procedures. An impounded vehicle, for example, may be an individual's only source of transportation available to them. And sometimes the impound itself can cause financial strain to an individual. So we want to make sure that we get that right. We also sometimes get questions about representative sample size and how we developed a particular methodology. In this case, we looked at a data run of all 30-day impounds for an entire year. When that data run yielded a relatively small number of impounds, we looked for more impounds from traffic divisions. And we reviewed that entire population in that case and not simply a sample. So our team did go through an effort to try to make this as expansive and comprehensive as possible. The methodology for the population we examined and some additional observations about the input screen that ADSD uses are part of an Appendix 2 attachment to our report. The report does have some recommendations to improve the consistency with which 30-day impound information is entered. My project team consists of Detective Carl Lurvy and PPA2 Christina Youssef. They're both here with me to answer questions regarding the audit. Commander Passos, also with the Traffic Group in Transit Services Bureau, is available to answer questions on the command's behalf. And I see that we are also joined by Commander Harrelson of OO.
Does that conclude the presentation?
Yes, we'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Do any commissioners have any questions? There being no questions, I move that we approve the report. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll be going into closed session. I'd say we start 1:25. Thank you.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 5A and 5B in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Well, Mr. Teefank, we have a quorum, so whenever you're ready.
Certainly. The commission has concluded its work in closed session as relates to item 5A, officer involved shooting 054-20. The commission adopted the chief's recommendations on a 5-0 vote. Those recommendations were tactics, administrative disapproval, 2 police officer 2s, drawing and exhibiting in policy, 1 police officer 2, non-lethal use of force in policy, 2 police officer 2s, less lethal use of force in policy, 1 police officer 2, lethal use of force out of policy, administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 2. As relates to item 5B, item was continued to the next meeting. That concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Teefank, and thank you, Commissioner Decker. Given the computer problems that I've been having today, I appreciate that. I move, there being no further business of the commission, I move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Have a great week, everyone. Stay safe. See you next week.
Thank you, everyone.